participate electronically and can watch the meeting stream live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delay and technical issues. We currently have a number of speakers who are registered an item. Altogether, we have about 18 members of the public who wish to speak on a variety of items this morning. The clerk staff have connected all registered public speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers will be viewed online, or can be viewed online, by visiting Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and click the speaker box for today's meeting. Members, I remind you that this is a paperless meeting, although I'm using paper. So there's a bit of a contradiction there, but limited paper. The clerk has also provided all the agenda material via CMP, which is the clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available to members to help with your devices should you need it. I would like to remind staff to keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer any questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mics muted unless you wish to question staff or speak on an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call in members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask members to ensure that they turn on their videos and raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motion by email. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I would encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. This will also assist the clerk staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the lands we're meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississauga of the Credit. Members, are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of your interest. Okay, I see no members responding, so we are fine. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on October 14th. Vice Chair Grimes, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. So members, we're going to now proceed with reviewing the agenda. We have about 13 items on the agenda. We have one new business item from Councillor Bradford, and I will introduce that at the end. So the first item is EC 17.1, Community and Social Development Services COVID-19 Response Update. We have a number of presentations from staff in varying division, from Community and Social Services, Children's Services, Senior Services and Long-Term Care, Parks, Forestry and Recreation, Social Development, Finance and Administration, Toronto Employment and Social Services, and also we have report from Toronto Paramedic Services. So we'll be holding that item. The next item is EC 17.2, It's a Fair Pass 2020 update. We have 6 speakers on that item. We'll be holding that item. Next item is EC 17.3, Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. This is Year 2 update. We have 2 speakers on that item. We'll be holding that item down. Next item is EC 17.4, Selected Community Grants and Community Service Partnership Renewal. We have 1 speaker on that item. We'll be holding the item down. Moving right along, EC 17.5, Opportunities for Community Space in Central Etobicoke. Madam Clerk, we have no speakers on that item. Is that correct? Right. We do have some communications.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Vice Chair Grimes, you're moving the item?
So moved, yes, on behalf of my colleague, Councillor Holiday.
Okay, thank you. We're just having a little bit of difficulty hearing you, so, all right. So I've got you. All those in favor? Oppose? That carries. Thank you very much. Moving right along. The next item is EC 17.6, a feasibility assessment of the St. James Town Food Hub. We have 3 speakers on that item. Be holding that item down. Moving right along, the next item is EC 17.8, Waterfront Business Improvement Area Boundary Expansion Poll Results. Councillor Cressy, what say you?
I'm happy to move the recommendations in that item.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Cressy is moving the recommendations here with respect to the expansion of the boundary of the Waterfront BIA. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Councillor Carroll,
did
you
you
have
miss
the floor.
item number 7? Did you? I think you skipped item
Yes,
number
yes,
7.
you're right. So yes, Councillor, yes, you're right. I'll get back to that. Yes, so yeah, EC 17.6, the feasibility, no, EC 17.7. It's support for retail sector. I've asked the general manager.
To move receipt.
No, actually, I've asked the general manager, Councillor Carroll, just to provide us with a brief update on that. So I'll be holding that down, just to get an update from Mr. Williams. I think it's helpful. All righty. So moving right along, we are now moving to EC 17.9. We've done 8, and this is the Riverside District Business Improvement Area Minor Boundary Expansion. It's Ward 14. What say you, members?
I'd be happy to move the recommendations there, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cressy is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Hello, Leontine Major. Good. I'm participating today in the.
Can we mute that, please? Thank you. Well, I ask everyone to bear with us. This is the new frontier of technology. Sometimes we do have some glitches, as is the case, but we've got that under control now. Thank you very much, staff, for responding rather quickly on that. All right, so...
I would like to know who Team Major captains.
We'll figure that out, and we'll send the investigators out, Joe. Okay, moving right along.
I can guess.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, we'll get you guessing a little bit later on, I guess, and let us know. The next item is EC 17.10, proposed Willowdale Business Improvement Area poll results. We have 2 speakers on that item, so we'll be holding that down. Then the next item is EC 1711, amendments to various contracts for short-term hotel motel accommodation for use as temporary municipal shelters. Members, I'm going to hold that down because I do have some questions for staff, and so I'll hold that in my name. Thank you. And moving right along, so the next item is EC 17.12, and that's a response to proposed regulations under the Child Care and Early Years Act 2014. We have 2 speakers on that, and I know that I'm sure members will have questions, so I will hold that item down. And then we have a new piece of business, which is a request from Councillor Bradford. And has this been circulated to members? Do they have this? Okay, we'll circulate once we introduce it. And let me just find my copy here. Just give me a second, members. I have a copy. Do you have a copy? Okay, we're going to put it on the screen, members. Okay, there we are. It's the Beach Business Improvement Area. It's a boundary expansion poll result. I'm just going to ask for permission to introduce it, to add this to the agenda, and then we'll hold it down so members can have an opportunity for it to be read. And as I've understood it from our colleague, Councillor Bradford, this is an opportunity to expand the boundary, but it also affects their budget, and a decision is being made on that very shortly. So this is why it's actually in front of us here today. So all those in favor in terms of the introduction? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so the item has now been added to our agenda. Thank you, members. Members, just in the interest of time, I'm just going to move right to our first item, which is EC 17.1, which is Community and Social Service COVID-19 response and update. And so I would like to turn this over to staff. And I think I don't know whether or not it's DCM who will be introducing it, but yes, the Deputy City Manager, Ms. Juliana Carboni. Juliana?
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee. So
Morning.
Today, we wanted to provide you with just a high-level overview of our COVID response and our activities, specifically related to the community and social service program areas. Next slide, please. So I'm going to begin the presentation. I'm just going to quickly review where we've been since mid-March, highlighting some of the key actions, the programs that were initiated by the teams to support communities and vulnerable families and residents. Then each of the division heads for the program areas identified here on the slide will talk about their specific program areas. They'll go into more detail on the current service levels. We haven't included an update from SSHA, from Shelter Support and Housing Administration, given that they did brief you last month on their winter plan as well as their recovery framework. And next month at your December meeting, Mike Williams and his team will provide an update with respect to economic development and culture. Next slide, please. So when COVID first hit, when it came to Canada and Toronto, as you all know, we didn't know much about it. We've learned a lot since that time. We've adapted quickly throughout this evolving pandemic, working closely with our federal, provincial, and GTA partners, with their community sector and our not-for-profit sector. So this slide just really highlights the various phases and stages we've been through since that time, starting with the declaration of the emergency in March, the gradual reopening on a modified basis in June and July, moving to stage 3 in the summer. We're currently back to a modified stage 2. Next slide, please. But as you're all aware, last week the province introduced a new framework with 5 different levels to guide adjustments, tailoring, tightening of regional public health measures based on a whole range of indicators such as activity, outbreak activity, hospital capacity, weekly incident rates or occurrences, etc. But I think you're all aware that cases are also rising, and given Toronto's current situation with the alarming increase in the number of cases we're seeing, Toronto is going to be moving to the control or red level this Saturday and for the next 28 days. And along with that, we'll also have enhanced restrictions and new precautions based on Dr. Davila's, our MOH's strong recommendations, as well as some orders that she's issued. Next slide, please. But I can assure you, and I think you're all aware, that the city does have quite a robust resurgence plan and strategies in place to guide our actions as we continue to move forward and manage this pandemic. It builds on everything that we've learned over the past few months, our experiences, what we've assessed is working well, what's not so working well and needs to be fine-tuned, as well as learning from what other jurisdictions have tried and has been successful in. And the resurgence plan has 5 key areas of focus: implementing public health measures, supporting vulnerable populations, support for city employees, mitigating economic impact, and ensuring the resiliency of our city services as we go through this pandemic, as well as ensuring a very coordinated response. Next slide, please. So before I turn it over to the division heads, I did want to quickly highlight some of the important work that our teams have been working on. They've been doing in order to support the more vulnerable communities and neighborhoods that have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. So I can tell you that right from the onset of this pandemic, our teams connected rather quickly with our strong network of community partners and agencies to really assess and understand what was happening on the ground, how this pandemic was impacting the city's various communities, families, and residents. And we established a city community response table. It involves now over 400 community agencies and 11 divisions. And we use that table to identify and discuss the different issues that are affecting Torontonians, particularly those that have been most impacted. And then we use our knowledge as well as our combined resources and expertise to quickly mobilize a host of services that are needed to support those vulnerable communities. So working together with our community partners, we identified eight areas of high need, and we brought it all together under what we call the TO Supports Equity Framework. And it's because of this ongoing strong partnership we have with our communities, community agencies, and the not-for-profit sector that we're actually able to effectively monitor the impacts across our very diverse communities and neighborhoods. We share information and insights that have been gathered. We formulate our strategies, our responses. We coordinate those responses. And we also determine who's best to actually deliver those supports. Next slide, please. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to talk to the next 3 slides. Basically, it just summarizes some of the services we've initiated, our responses to date. You're very familiar with all of this as they've been provided through regular council updates, the city manager's weekly COVID updates, as well as the media briefings that have been given by Dr. Davila and the mayor. So I'm going to just turn it over. If you can go to slide 10, and I'll turn it over to Shanley to talk about children's services.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you to Mr. Chair, members of committee. So I'll just give a very high-level overview of, Julie sort of talked about where we've come from, but where we are now and where we're going. So as you know, I'm sure you're aware, the province mandated closure of all childcare and early on programs in March. At that time, Children's Service quickly pivoted to plan and deliver emergency childcare fully funded by the province for essential workers. That was the first time we'd ever delivered that service, and it was very much appreciated by families. While most of the childcare sector remained closed until June, Children's Services continued to provide funding supports throughout the closure period, and that funding was provided by the provincial and federal governments and ensured that when the sector was able to reopen, that they were in a financial position that they could bring back staff and reopen. We have throughout this continued to have frequent engagement with the sector virtually, but in many different forums to ensure that we could be responsive to issues and really monitor trends. The division has worked closely with the provincial technical table, with City of Toronto as a co-chair. We've worked with OMSA and AMO to provide firsthand knowledge related to what families and operators need to reopen, to stabilize, and to recover. The child in terms of...
Can you hold on a minute? Can I just ask the clerk if they can move to slide 10? So it's not this slide, just continue so they can follow, the members can follow along with Shanley.
Thanks, Julie.
Okay, the next slide.
Mr. Chair, while we're in that interruption,
Thank you.
may I just ask while we're in that pause, if the presentation has been sent to the website online? For me to read the text-heavy slides, it would be great if I could look at them on my bigger computer that I'm following the agenda on.
Councillor Carroll?
Mr. Chair,
Is it
my
possible to
understanding
have the
Councillor Carroll?
presentation sent to us?
It's been posted,
Yes.
it's been posted, according to the clerks, it's been posted online.
On Timis or on the CMP? Because I'm not
CMP?
seeing it on the CMP.
We're just going to
I'll
check,
try
we're going to,
refreshing.
we're going to check that for you, Councillor Carroll, and we will follow up with you. But if we could just allow the clerk, the staff
Great.
to proceed, but
Okay.
we'll check for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to put it on very
Okay.
shortly. Thank you.
Can't you just put it on the machine?
Okay, go ahead,
Thank
please.
you. Okay, thank you. So the childcare sector gradually reopened. It was able to reopen at full capacity as of September. Currently, we have 93% of centers opened, and most home childcare agencies are open and providing service. A number of supports were placed to stabilize the sector while it gradually returned to full capacity, including, which I've mentioned, federal and provincial supports for the closure period, reopening period, and now safe restart funding that has been provided to the community that enhances their funding while they gradually reopen and return to full capacity. In terms of fee subsidy, we are seeing that the families are, in some cases, are slower to return, particularly in areas of the city, harder hit, or where there's more community spread. Families, are returning, but it is gradual, and that really reflects their current situation, the impact of COVID. Some of them may have had changes in employment, or they're providing online schooling for their children and may not need the care before and after school, and many people are working from home. In some cases, centers are not at full capacity because they've reduced their capacity to better address health and safety issues, depending on the physical plant. At this point, we have about 53% of children with a fee subsidy who have returned to care, and we're actively engaged, both ourselves and operators, in reaching out to families to determine if they are able or interested in return.
He called me yesterday, and he said that he met with Patricia last night.
Can we mute that, please? I just want to remind all the speakers and folks who are on the line, if you could please mute your microphones, please. We're hearing a number of interruptions and conversations that we are not interested in hearing at this particular point in time. When you have the opportunity to speak, we will be happy to receive the communication and your comments at that time. So I'd ask you just to remind you just to keep your microphones muted, please. The interruption is not very helpful. Thank you very much. You may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So with childcare reopening, we do have a number of services that we plan and deliver or support the community that are delivering their services virtually. So our early on programs support families through resources, activities, parenting supports. They're providing those services virtually online to families, and they're in the process of planning to do some outdoor programming, which is new for them, and they're very exciting. Weather permitting, they'll be able to host some parenting and family resource programs outdoors. In terms of our Toronto Early Learning, we did an assessment of all of our centers prior to reopening. As I said, novel to us was operating the emergency childcare, which there was great demand for. We then quickly began reopening our centers in June after an assessment of the sites. Most of our centers have reopened. We have a couple that are under construction, so they have not reopened. And we have a couple of centers that are on hold until the end of the year, and we will reassess in 2021. And those are centers where either given a very small physical plant or some air quality issues, we were concerned about proceeding. But in all cases where families need care, they're being redirected to either other centers or community programs. So there is space for families, and we're supporting them to make sure if they're ready to return that they can do so. In terms of other supports we provided, we worked very closely with the Ministry, Public Health, and school board partners on reopening safely. So given the lessons that we learned in operating emergency childcare, the division supported the reopening with training and mentoring, which the uptake has been extremely positive. Centers complete the training before the reopening. Once they open, they're able to join community of practice sessions to receive supports. And we've now started providing mentoring visits on site safely, of course, for operators who need that additional support to understand, operationalize some of those complicated guidelines. And then the final thing I'll note here is we all know that the pandemic has not impacted all neighborhoods and families equally. So as we support the sector and our own programs, we continue to think about how we can adapt and ensure that our policies and our practices are really applying a bit of an equity lens. In some cases, we provide enhanced funding to those programs that are located in the areas with high community spread, working closely with public health to collect that data. In terms of our fee subsidy policies, we have applied some flexibility. Like, given it's a legislative program, we've applied the maximum flexibility we can. So allowing more time for families to receive a fee subsidy while searching for a job, increasing the number of days a child can be absent from care due to illness, and really being as flexible as possible. Next slide, please. Thank you. So in this slide, I'll just touch on our strategic initiatives and plans. In the short term, we continue to focus on recovery, stabilizing the sector, and readying the sector for future growth. We continue to be responsive to families and operators, as I said, applying the maximum flexibility allowed to both legislated fee subsidy guidelines and provincial funding guidelines. In the long term, we are encouraged by recent announcements from the federal government on a national childcare system. And given that City of Toronto is the second largest childcare system in Canada, it's important that we continue to play a role in informing policy, funding, and service delivery decisions, given our firsthand experience and knowledge and expertise in planning and delivering high-quality childcare and early years system. And we will continue to do this, and you'll see coming forward, we'll do this through our council-approved service plan and growth strategy, which will be coming before council in 2021. In terms of our capital projects, there's been no major delays in those projects, and they continue, which will increase the number of spaces that will be available as those programs reopen, towards the end of this year and into next year. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Long-term care next. General Manager.
Next, we have Tom will present for Toronto Employment and Social Services.
Great. Good morning, everyone.
Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you.
My list is different this morning. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think
We've lost some connection here. Just bear with us for a moment. Tom, are you there? Just bear with us for a moment, please. Can we hear him, though? Tom, can you hear us? Are we able to get him in?
So, Mr. Chair, maybe while Tom tries to reconnect, we can move to Denise.
That would be great. Thank you, Madam DCM.
Okay, just to
Thank
keep
you.
us going and in the interest of time. So if
Yes.
you could just flip to the social development, finance, and admin slide, please.
Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry about that. I am back. Can you hear me okay?
Tom, is that you? We can hear you now. Thank you.
Can
So
hear me
we'll
now?
go back to
My
Tom
apologies,
then.
I'm not sure as I...
We can hear you, Tom. Please go ahead.
Perfect. My apologies, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. On behalf of Toronto Employment and Social Services, A couple of updates for you on this slide. So obviously throughout this pandemic, we've been very focused to ensure that we've continued to have access for the most vulnerable that rely on our programs and services. As a result, we've continued to have access through 3 offices that have remained open throughout this pandemic to date to ensure that individuals that have limited availability for telephone or other needs have access to visit us and engage with us in person. In addition, we've worked to modify ways and improve access as well in partnership with our colleagues in SDF&A and through their application and support center. That center would typically have engaged in terms of inquiries over the telephone for potential applicants and then transition those individuals over to tests to determine eligibility. We've streamlined and harmonized those processes, and now they're able to determine eligibility and actually issue first point of contact payment to those individuals. So we've really tried to streamline things, as clients will certainly be more anxious than ever at this stage. We wanted to avoid any movements between different call centers and operations. We've also worked beyond to ensure that our staff are continuing to contact out to our clients. We've made over 125,000 calls through our service planning reviews to date since beginning of May of this year. So to really make sure that we're able to connect with our clients, validate their housing security, their food security, and really engage them around where they're at, what supports do they need, and to keep in close contact with them because they're obviously not visiting our offices, and where we're able to engage with them over the phone, we've been leveraging that accordingly through their caseworker and maintaining those important relationships. We've also been working with our provincial counterparts who have provided additional flexibilities in the way that we would typically deal with our clients. So we've eliminated the need for wet signatures, for visual verification of documentation. And we continue to look at enhancements that we can make in our front-end operations, and we've been working closely with other city divisions, Toronto Public Health, Occupational Health and Safety, and our real estate division to ensure that as we look at potentially enhancing additional sites, that those spaces, if and when they open, are opened up safely for staff and for clients. And then on the right side of that slide, you'll see that we've also been very focused in our conversation with clients around education, educating them around online services for those that have the capacity, that have the digital literacy to sign up for My Benefits so they can see information about their own account online without having to worry about coming in or to make phone calls. So it's more than doubled the number of clients that are on My Benefits. We've also made a lot of effort around how we take mail. So historically, mail comes into our traditional offices, staff open up that mail, and then it's dispersed to the caseworker to review the information received by clients. We've quickly accelerated what was a pilot into all sites now having electronic document management, which means that all mail coming in is electronically scanned through a partnership that we've done with the Ministry of Children and Community and Social Services and a third-party vendor. It's all scanned, it's uploaded so that all caseworkers have information to that material, and we're not relying on paper in that respect. Since the start of this pandemic as well, we've really been focused in on reduction of pickup of checks at the end of the month. We've been educating our clients around reloadable payment cards, direct bank deposit, really wanting to make sure that they have continued access to their funds in a timely way, in a secure manner, without the need for them to come and line up to pick up checks. So you can see that we've reduced that from over 700 to down to about 15 or so on a monthly basis. And of course, we've continued to work with our partners in community through our purchase of employment services, our vendors that we rely on. Certainly, they're not holding in classroom sessions anymore. So we worked with them to see what viability they had to continue to deliver programs and services. And we've enhanced our abilities and provided great flexibility in that respect. And you'll see that to date, through our referrals, 85% of those seats have been filled for virtual sessions at almost 3,000 seats to date. And finally, on that slide, you'll see that through our discretionary benefits, we've enhanced a lot of flexibilities around our housing stabilization funds, dental services, digital access benefits, where we've been able to provide a one-time payment to clients instead our employment-related expenses to offer them opportunities to purchase computers, to provide them with access to online internet access as well. So that way they're able to continue to use online services, which is more and more of a focus for those that have the capacity, and we're working with those that don't to provide opportunities to educate them. And next slide, please. And on this slide, we speak of some of the things that relate to where we're looking to go. So there's three main elements here, one from a city lens, and then from a provincial intergovernmental lens, and then with community. So around the first one, from a city lens, we're working obviously very closely with our partner divisions to continue to look to ways that we can enhance human services integration. We also continue to explore and expand on our telework capabilities for our staff and making sure we're continuing to be fully accessible to the clients that need us the most. And we're also exploring an exciting opportunity around the virtual caseworker pilot in conjunction with our partner divisions, where we can make ourselves more available and accessible within the community for those that have digital literacy, or looking at things like Toronto Public Libraries and other sources within the community, such as organizations and not-for-profits, where we can set up those interfaces, including, of course, within some of our shelters to pilot. So our clients can have that face-to-face interaction, learn about available programs and services that they might be eligible for, and have that dialogue and feel connected to their caseworker or to others that have that information available. And then from a provincial lens, we continue to work very closely in partnership with our provincial counterparts as they continue under a key focus of modernization. There was an announcement made at the end of September around centralized intake, their ability to take on that work up front across the province will allow us to focus more and more on life stabilization on the client's needs, and not being derailed by looking at the initial eligibility pieces if they're able to do that. Our budgets have been confirmed for next year. We're remaining and retaining the same budgets we have now, so that will allow us to really focus in on the needs of our clients moving ahead in that respect. And of course, we're also continuing to work very closely with our partners in the community, whether it's through the purchase of employment, services that we offer, and those contractual obligations we have, whether it's through investing in neighborhoods, whether it's local geographical areas where there's needs and ongoing development, such as Golden Mile. So we'll continue to report on these developments moving ahead. And now I'll turn it over to Denise, I believe, SDFA is. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Denise?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight some of the impacts of COVID-19 on work of social development, finance, and administration. Early in the pandemic, we took the lead to facilitate the TO Support Equity Response Framework for COVID-19 that the Deputy City Manager spoke about earlier. We worked with divisions to focus city efforts across those 8 areas of high needs for Toronto's most vulnerable residents, families, and communities. This effort created significant new services for SDFA, specifically in response to rising hunger, isolation, and anxiety. Appendix 4 in your package includes some highlights. We've been working with a range of partners to create a stronger food access system across Toronto. To date, over 26,000 food hampers have been delivered to isolated individuals, and over 500,000 prepared meals have also been delivered. We've also been providing culturally responsive mental health supports to residents in need. Over 36,000 mental health contact sessions have been held with Torontonians since the pandemic began. We've also rebuilt trust with community partners early on in this process and facilitated local solutions to many issues through a new model of community development, the community coordination clusters. To give you a sense of this effort, from March until July, 50% of SDFA staff were internally reassigned to lead community emergency response issues. We now have 95% of the division working remotely. Next slide, please. Coming into 2020, the division had a very comprehensive plan of strategic initiatives and policies to deliver this year. Redeploying key staff to emergency response areas and shelters in public health, and our own internal reassignments to deliver SDFA's community response delayed our plans. We've had to pivot and reprioritize. So these next two slides provide a detailed status on each of our strategic priorities. I'm proud to say that SDFA's hardworking, talented staff, working with our colleagues in other program areas, were able to deliver the files you see on this screen this fall with only minor delays. In the October cycle, the Tenants First team working interdivisionally were able to bring to Council the next iteration of this work to transform Toronto community housing, including progress on the scattered housing portfolio. The next set of deliverables due in 2021 are outlined before you. At this meeting today, you'll have a lot of SDFA, as we also have our Year 2 progress report on the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, a progress report on various community funding initiatives, including our first allocation of the Youth Violence Prevention Grant this spring, and our allocation of nearly $10.2 million in pandemic support through the TO Supports Investment Fund. Our update on the Fair Path program is also before you today, including plans to streamline and digitize the program for a relaunch in just 1 month's time. And at a time when we've clearly seen how important disaggregating data is to ensuring that the right responses reach the right residents, our disaggregated data strategy, Data for Equity, in partnership with People and Equity and Technology Service Division, will be before Executive Committee next week. Next slide, please. Despite delays caused by redeployments and reassignments of key staff, we will also be bringing forward the Community Benefits Progress Report to you at your December meeting. We see this work as having the ability to make an important contribution to the city's recovery and rebuild efforts, and will share the pressing need we see to build the back-end infrastructure required to ensure the city leverages these opportunities and delivers real benefits. We've also been working with community partners to understand the best violence interruption and intervention models from around the world in order to develop a Made in Toronto model for Towards Peace, to be launched in spring 2021 should funding be secured. Details on what is required will be reported to you in January as part of the Youth Service Review. The temporary pausing of city services during the first wave of the pandemic and the shift to digital programming impaired our collective ability to evaluate youth services as planned. But a strong interdivisional team has completed an inventory of all city-led programs, developed a youth outcomes framework to better guide our suite of programs, and developed a spectrum of youth violence prevention strategies with identified risk factors in order to maximize city services for youth most vulnerable to violence and crime. We will bring forward this work and recommendations to improve our youth outcomes at your January meeting. The review of the Toronto Strong Neighborhood Strategy has been significantly delayed until mid-next year. But lessons learned from our COVID response model is a positive new influence to the direction we're taking in this work. And finally, we're now regrouping on our work to develop and deliver SAFE-TO, the legislated Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. We've also taken on a new strategic priority working with the City Manager's Office to advance changes in policing, especially the development of an alternative model to crisis calls. Research and community engagement is currently underway, and the report will go to Executive Committee this January. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Juliana.
Okay, so Mr. Chair and committee members, next we have Janie, who's going to talk about Parks, Forestry, and Recreation.
Thank you. Ms. Romoff.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Morning.
So, some of the things, just if we get to the next slide, please. on Parks, Forestry, and Recreation. So if I can remind everybody where we were in March when the pandemic first started. So our first operation in response was actually closing down all of our community recreation centers and a lot of the services that we offered across the city, and that obviously involved a number of staff were redeployed to some very urgent areas that needed additional help, and then as as the conditions changed and the regulations changed, our focus moved to resuming as much service as possible, as fast as possible, and in the safest way possible. Some of those new programs that you've likely heard about through the summer. Camp TO was our complete reimagination of our summer camp program, working with public health for new summer camp guidelines that I should say, and hats off to staff on this, were some of the first summer camp guidelines that any municipality had developed at the time, and that were used very much as a sort of foundation around the provincial guidelines that eventually came out. So we were able to first cancel our entire summer camp program, which, as you can imagine, was very, very difficult and time consuming, but then replace it with a brand new program called Camp TO that had some very specific public health guidelines attached to running a safe program. We were successful in getting about 18,000 registrations for this program, which we thought was a great offering at a time where service were just starting to resume. We also then moved to our swimming program, and obviously in the summer with outdoor pools and splash pads and wading pools, a big focus of our program delivery, we moved to open as quick as we can, and we looked at Swim TO as a quick start program, and works very specifically with public health to ensure that we had the appropriate guidelines in place to do this safely. And we were able to open all of our supervised swimming beaches, 140 splash pads, 100 wading tools, and over 50 outdoor pools to offer those programs. Additional programs that were developed, again, to replace some of the programs we weren't able to offer was the Parks Play TO and Summer in the Six program, which essentially took all of our indoor programming that we may have offered in community centers, like drop-in programs, and moved them outside, and had a great response to those as well. When we talk about restart and reopening, I should say that, as the slide indicates, we've been working very closely with Toronto Public Health in developing over 60 COVID-19 guidelines, and should note that as services resume, we actually require new guidelines for each of those services with Toronto Public Health. We've done that quite successfully and been able to reopen a number of amenities across the city, including, in our 1,500 parks, all those playgrounds and all the other community infrastructure that people have come to rely on. During the sort of shutdown of our space and continuing now, we've used as much space as possible to help wherever the most urgent need is. Right now we're providing access to over 220 parks for the delivery of some school-based programs outside. And during the earlier days in this pandemic, and even continuing now, we've been able to use recreation facilities for shelters and food banks and sanitation stations and emergency cooling centers, so that we've maximized the use of those public assets wherever possible. And adapting our operations to respond, we've seen, as most have noted through the summer, a huge increase in the use of outdoor public space. We include that in our community service response. And we've worked tremendously interdivisionally to deal with things like, the enforcement of new regulations, new bylaws, the issue of encampments, which we continue to work interdivisionally with, and a number of other initiatives around bonfires and large gatherings at parks that have required some special attention this summer, since March. On key improvements, we've made a lot of technology improvements as needed that I think will have a lasting impact as we move into larger sort of modern TO changes as we continue. On the remote work capability, I think we're one of those divisions where we have, wherever staff are able to work remotely, we've been able to support that. We also have a large amount of work, obviously, that is done on the front line, and have been able to support those staff in the safe delivery of those services as well. We have quickly pivoted and established things like online registration systems for select recreation programs, lane swimmings, and other things. You'll also see an example of this in the sort of maximums and ability on ferry ticketing this summer is another good example. And most, importantly, we've been able to move all of our public consultation activities to virtual platforms and have worked very, very hard cross-divisionally to ensure those platforms are in place, and has allowed us, we're just doing the metrics on it right now, I think, to increase the amount of accessibility to public consultation, and has also allowed our program to continue so that the public consultation, the public gathering piece has not slowed down some of those initiatives. On program and policy enhancements, again, working very specifically and all the time with Toronto Public Health. Every time the provincial orders are changed, it certainly impacts our service delivery, and we're always working to ensure that we can adapt, as quickly as we can, especially when it comes to things like Camp TO and the after-school recreation program, which we know are very, very important programs in the community. From a facilities perspective, and we have many, many facilities across the city. We've worked with CREM and others to ensure that, and public health, that we have enhanced cleaning and disinfection measures, screening processes in all of our facilities for the public and for staff. And we've been able to actually implement capacity limits to ensure that the space is used as safely as possible. Clearly, with the amount of staff we have working in the field, PPE and occupational health and safety has been a major consideration for us. And we've worked very closely with our partners in People and Equity and others to ensure that staff are provided with the appropriate equipment to be able to deliver these services as safely as possible. Next slide. Some of our strategic reports moving forward and strategic initiatives, just to indicate, obviously the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, a major multi-year initiative for us, at this point is unaffected. We have a report going to Executive Committee in Q4 of 2021. Some of our capital projects have been moderately affected from a timing perspective, but we're not seeing any major impacts, and any of those timing impacts will certainly be added on, to the end of the project to ensure the projects are still delivered. The Community Recreation Growth Plan has been delayed, phase 3 to 2022, and that's not because we don't want to do, but more right now with the provincial regulations, our participation is actually not at that full limit right now, and we're not seeing the need at this point to actually increase the number of spots that we have, nor that they would be used. So when that need returns, we certainly will be pursuing the growth plan again. We've been able to implement and are just implementing now the 10 enhanced use space expansion that was directed through council last year, and Howie's on the line and he can certainly add more to that if there are questions. We've been working with the Region Park Swim group around engagement efforts, and we've delayed the report back on that again, just because of the situation we're in. And there's a ravine program that has also been delayed, and another report on planning recreation facilities for Don Mills, which is on track. So we're, for the most part, on track where we've needed to delay things just because of the situational circumstances we have, but we're not seeing an outright cancellation of anything at this point. So that's my update, and I'll turn it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
So next, Mr. Chair, is Gord, who's going to provide an update with respect to Toronto Paramedic Service.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Gordon.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, committee. I have the pleasure to give you a bit of an update on where paramedic services are at. Next slide, please. I'd like to start off with talking a little bit about the health and safety of our staff, which is our #1 priority. Right from the beginning in February, we began pre-shift screening and temperature checks for all our staff. And we enhanced the infectious disease screening of all 911 calls in our communication center, and paramedics increased their patient risk assessments to help support protection of the patients and all our staff. We also launched our staff support center. The purpose of that was to have the ability to contact, trace, and support all of our staff who are absent from work and provide guidance. And that's been a great collaboration with public health. In addition, there's been considerable discussion in the past around PPE. PPE, we did experience some pressures at the beginning, but we've now moved into a new model of using reusable air purifying respirators, and that's to reduce the reliance on the disposable N95, which is a difficult supply and demand pressure still in the world. We've also launched a PPE cleaning or reprocessing program, and that's ongoing too, and that's to help build our paramedic inventory levels. Financially, we're in good shape. We do have an unfavorable variance going forward projected, but we haven't received much funding from the province yet. The only funding that we've received is on the paramedic increased pay, but we do expect to receive additional funding for COVID expenses related to the support center and PPE. Next slide. Getting into the meat of the matter with the operational impact, we're going to give you a brief understanding of what's happened in the two different waves. Overall, our medical call volume, it's down 9% year to date. But we've experienced two different experiences in wave 1 versus wave 2. First wave, call volume was much lower, and that was tied to the economic lockdown and other processes with hospitals. We had improved ambulance availability, and it resulted in actually improved response times. So you can understand that the hospital occupancy, hospitals were directed to decant services to provide capacity for surge for COVID, so that the availability of moving through the hospital for paramedics was much better. And there wasn't much pressure on staff availability to come to work. We've done very good at mitigating any exposures with our staff. However, as we moved into call 2, or I should say wave 2, our call volume has been gradually increasing. And we know that with a partial lockdown change and hospitals trying to maintain services, that has increased the occupancy in the hospitals. And so when we have seen significant offload delays, especially in those hospitals experiencing outbreaks. The combination of the delays in hospital and the increase in volume has led to reduced availability of ambulances, and response times have gone up. In addition to that component, we are heading into the normal flu season, which has pressure on human resources and paramedic staffing. So we continue to monitor that as we move forward. If you go to the next slide. This gives you a visual presentation of how response time has been impacted. And remember, I like to focus on ambulance availability, and anything that impacts ambulance availability will impact our ability to respond to critical patients. So you can see the gold or yellow line is 2020, and in the beginning of the year, it's normally high because of flu season. It's been gradually dropping, and that's a good sign, but that's because of the hospital occupancy and the economic lockdown across in wave 1. As we moved through the summer and got into the fall, we progressively moved into that wave 2 with call volumes increasing. But most importantly, the hospital system was trying to maintain services. And so they've understood the long-term effects of not providing those services has a lot of impact that we'll probably see down the road. But the net result for us is it takes longer currently to process patients at hospital and transfer of care. And the combination of hospital outbreaks with wave 2 are significant. So again, that leads to our expectation that we will probably, as any other flu season, we will see response times continue to increase as long as as we move through the winter season. So that's my update, Juliana, and answer any questions later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gord. Mr. Chair, the last presentation will be by Paul on senior services and long-term care.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Senior services and long-term care, really the story is about continuing to work with Toronto Public Health and Ontario Health around the clock to do everything possible to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And that includes full adherence to all of the latest guidelines and recommendations from those professionals. We are seeing and feeling the extreme challenge of the asymptomatic spread and transmission of this virus. So we have a very strong outbreak management team, and the focus really on the prevention side is active screening, 24/7 mask protocols. All non-essential visits have been canceled from the homes. So we maintain only essential caregivers and essential family members, as well as staff. Of course, we have enhanced infection prevention and control practices. On the mitigation side, 24/7 active surveillance of all staff and all residents in the homes, including isolation of residents where appropriate, of course, physical distancing, and use of all personal protective equipment appropriate to the specific situation. That includes N95 mask, isolation gowns, gloves, eye protection, those types of things. And we are also partnered with both through the LIN and through local hospital partners, IPAC experts that are coming into the home to work with us to identify any risks and to resolve them in real time. So we change our practices in real time based on any new and emerging evidence that would come forward to again reduce the spread and mitigate the risk. From our community programs point of view, there has been one program that we have closed down since the beginning of the pandemic, and that is the adult day programs that generally or normally operate at Bendale Acres, Cummer Lodge, and Kipling Acres. And that is simply because we can't have those individuals coming in and out of those homes as they are currently closed by provincial legislation. On the supportive housing services side, those services are fully operational, and we resumed those services in August. And similarly, on the homemakers and nursing services side in the community, those are also back up and running as they were shut down temporarily at the beginning of COVID. From a staffing point of view, you would have noticed at the budget variance through budget committee, we do have an unfavorable variance related to this very significant response through our homes. And that is because we have had to increase our staffing and resources to really attack the spread of the virus. We've also taken advantage of 200 redeployed staff from various areas of the city at the beginning of the first wave. And we've also had to hire 600 new staff as a result of the provincial legislation limiting staff to work for one employer. Of course, the city did very well through that and really was an employer of choice. We've also taken advantage of the use of technology where we've secured various devices and expanded Wi-Fi within the homes so that our residents can have remote visits with loved ones and family. And we've also been able to enable virtual rounds for physicians and other medical professionals where they would normally come in person. Next slide, please. And the last slide here for me, the approach to care. You'll remember back in December, we had a significant report that you had approved come to council related to our emotion-centered care. We were starting a pilot this year. We have had to delay that slightly because of COVID. It remains a divisional priority, but we're really happy to say that last week the province announced increased funding for 4 hours of direct care, and that aligns perfectly with the report and the approach to care that you had approved back in December. So we're very excited about that. On the Toronto Senior Strategy 2.0, very proud to say that we have 18 of the 27 recommendations have been fully implemented, and 9 of the 27 are partially implemented with work continuing. I did send around an update to your staff last week that provides a very detailed update on those recommendations and where we are in terms of those progress. They have not been impacted by COVID, thankfully. The integrated service model, we did have a slight delay there, but through executive committee last week, the Tenants First report was approved, and the integrated service model and accountability framework were in that report, and phase 1 implementation, I'm proud to say, is beginning in Q4 of 2020, so just coming online. now. And in terms of our capital renewal plan, very happy to say that that has not been impacted. The mayor did make an announcement regarding the George Street revitalization and the very exciting project there that includes SSHA, affordable housing, SDF&A, and also senior services and long-term care, with long-term care beds being in that development also. And happy to answer any questions. That's all I have for an update this morning. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, members of committee, that wraps up our presentation, but we're open to questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Madam DCM and your team. We do have a speaker, and I'm going to ask the speaker to speak before we turn the floor over to members of committee to ask a question of you. So, Madam Clerk, if you could announce the speaker, and I will start the time.
So the first speaker is Emmanuel Malays from the Network for the Advancement of Black Communities. Emmanuel, are you on the line? Okay, I think that you need to connect your microphone, my colleagues are saying.
Emmanuel, are you there?
Are you able to address that? Oh, you've been trying?
Emmanuel, are you on the line? No, it's a man.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for having me this morning.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak, so I'll start your time now, and we look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you so much for being with us. You may begin.
Okay, thanks for having me. I'm here to talk in support of the efforts that the city has been doing in terms of working with purpose and meaning with Black communities here during the pandemic, and also to support the work of the city around a focused engagement with Black community using a Black-focused, Black-led, and Black-serving frame. And the organization that I lead, the Network for the Advancement of Black Communities, has been closely working with the city, especially through the city's Black Resilience Cluster, where firsthand we have experienced a lot of engagement of various Black organizations coming together, sense making and collaborating around responses related to the pandemic. I think it was really great for the city to redeploy some of its staff to directly work with community leaders. And NAPC's role has been to support some of the strategic engagements and navigation by looking at the work that the city has been doing in tandem with the province, the feds, United Way, and other funders during this emergency response time. I think it's critically important for us to be able to really use this opportunity of the crisis to say what are some of the things that we need to look forward when we build the resilience and capacity of Black communities. One of the things that is important and dates back to my days at United Way as a former funder is that, Black community organizations, especially the Black grassroots, they are really in need of having strong capacity and stability to be able to respond to whatever disruptions that occur. The last time we had a similar experience, not so much a pandemic, but a recession in 2008 and 2009, we have seen a lot of Black organizations and racialized community organizations disappear. So for me, I think this is an opportunity where we can actually stop tinkering at the edges and be bold in terms of a strategy. And I think the city, through the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and the division, is well placed to actually facilitate, connect, hold the space, bring other funders, as it has done during this pandemic, like United Way, other foundations, engage the province and the feds, because there is, Mr. Chair, unprecedented interest at this time by various levels of government, funders, such as foundations and United Ways, to really work collaboratively with Black communities. What we need is an architecture of engagement that brings, Black community leaders, especially the grassroots Black community leaders, at the table to be able to contribute to the solutions that are needed. In view of recovery and post-pandemic, one of the things that is critically important is to continue funding programs and services through project funding, but also to fund Black community organizations through core operations. That is where they will make a difference. I think our hope here is through the network that I'm leading and the collaboration that we do with the city and others to really aim to build a strong, vibrant Black community sector here in our city. We can do it. I think we have Black leaders and grassroots that are there. And I think a city lens focusing on investment that is of organizations that are led by Black people, that are serving the Black people, and that are focusing on the Black people is critically important. That being said, it doesn't mean that we lose sight of the intersectional nature of this work. I think a lot of Black community organizations and leaders recognize and work across the boundaries to address all the dimensions of diversity that are enshrined in the Ontario Human Rights Code. With the intensity of assault of anti-Black racism that we have seen globally, nationally, and locally, and the pandemic, our fear is that Black community organizations would be struggling. We know now the data is telling us there is a disproportionate impact, and I think, Mr. Chair, we need to invest in Black organizations as pillars of resilience, revitalization, going forward in the coming years. Thanks for having me today, and I wish you all luck with the proceedings today.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions for Mr. Hamel? Okay, we have questions of you, sir. Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to be clear, because Mr. Mellows, you're probably aware that the action plan that was adopted before the pandemic is also being updated today, and council has had to enhance and add to its recommendations there, flowing out of the defund movement, and so there are more actions going on there. But is what you're saying? It sounds like what you're saying. I hate to reduce things, but in a way, I think we need to. I think what you're saying, despite all that work, your feeling is that there really isn't a Black community lens on the emergency response itself. Is that what's missing?
No, thanks for the question, Councillor. I think I was appointed by the mayor to sit on the Partnership and Accountability Circle for the plan. And I think the plan and the unit has tremendously contributed to a Black lens to responding to the COVID. And there are a number of initiatives and investments that have happened. What I'm encouraging committee and council to pay attention to is that this pandemic is literally bearing the vulnerability of Black communities, and at the center of the recovery are community-based organizations that we need to invest. At the moment, most of them are living in a precarious situation, and out of the pandemic, there's a fear and a risk that some of them might close.
Oh, okay. So, during this, we may have I hate to say it, but almost like a quiet time, given that we're in these more stringent restrictions for the immediate future while our numbers are high. So we should take this time to really figure out how to put that focus into the recovery and resurgence out of the second wave, and be ready to see those organizations that have not been able to recover on their own.
Exactly. And I think the city has invested in Black communities. I understand there is a framework that the committee is going to look at, the B3 framework sometime in the coming year, and I think there are plans, as I understand it, to look at this. What the community sector organizations such as mine, NAPSI, and Black organizations could offer to the city is an engagement based on the realities on the ground. We have a majority of Black grassroots that are not resourced well, and I think we need to pay attention in terms of the impact of the pandemic and, frankly speaking, the assault of anti-Black racism in 2020.
Okay, thank you. That really clarifies it for me. I may reach out further. Thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I'm just waiting for the screen to change so I can see whether or not there are any other members who have questions. I'm looking at hands. I don't see any. Okay. I have a question, Mr. Emmanuel. My question to you, and you've been very clear to Councillor Carroll, and you did expand on, you talk about the architecture in terms of arrangement, in terms of working and bringing the Black leaders together and so on. I think the elephant in the city, as opposed to the room, often when efforts are being made to address issues around the Black community, in terms of some of the challenges that they're facing, there are those who are of the view that there isn't a problem for the Black community and things are fine. Or in fact, subset to that, there are those who are of the view that too much is being done for the Black community. This is an opportunity for us to clear the deck, if you will, and address some of the fundamental gaps and challenges that this community is facing. And yes, there are other communities facing challenges as well. How would you respond to those individuals who may be of a view that suggests too much is being done or enough is being done already? And the other part of the question, and it's a long one if we could, but just get you to respond whole in terms of its totality. What is the benefit and the impact to society in general in terms of providing a helping hand to create an uplifting opportunity so that those who are perceived or being left behind are brought forward to be with their helping hand?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think the reality is that the data is still strongly showing the evidence that on a number of socioeconomic indicators, especially the social determinants of health, Black communities are still on the periphery. And I think when you look at the data, from a public health perspective, there is a recognition that, in fact, anti-Black racism exists and manifests itself in many ways, both at the city and institutions throughout this city and this province. And I think there is an opportunity for us to really, and we have been saying this, the challenges that Black communities are facing around anti-Black racism and marginality are not the Black community's problem. They are Canada's problem. They are the problem of the city. If Torontonians of Black origin are not faring well, it's almost like, in the African proverb, if your neighbor doesn't sleep well, you cannot sleep well. And so I think we cannot afford sitting in a city where Black youth unemployment is twice the provincial average. We must do something about that. And I think the benefit for us is to work across the boundaries, to recognize intersectionality, identify that we cannot fight anti-Black racism if we cannot fight anti-Indigenous racism. We cannot fight transphobia and all sorts of discrimination, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and so on. It's a collective fight, but we're also saying, let's pause, recognize a distinct form of racism, which is anti-Black racism, and we have an opportunity to actually to turn the story on this. The last comment I would make, Mr. Chair, is that as you know, the province has the Ontario Black Youth Action Plan. The federal government is investing in Black communities. United Way is what I'm encouraging the city to do, as it has been doing through the Black Resilience Cluster, is bring more funders, more governments to the table, and collectively align the investments in the Black community, because this is, again, not the Black community's fight, it's Canada's fight.
And I would argue that these are things that we should be proud of in terms of our investment in our efforts to address some fundamental gaps and challenges that this community has faced, and of course others, and using it as a model in order for improvement and social advancement. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to hear you, and I wish you well. Please take good care of yourself and stay healthy to you and your family. All the best. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. All right, members, anyone wishing to speak to the presentation that has been presented? Excellent presentation by staff. Just seeing, okay, I see two hands. I see Councillor Cressy first and then Councillor Carroll. Councillor, did you have a question?
Chair, did you just say comments, or are we on questions?
You could, yes, questions of staff. You could ask questions of staff if you'd like. So, Questions or comments, and we'll get to speakers. Okay, so Councillor Carroll, do you have questions of staff?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll start with you first. Just before we proceed, Councillor Carroll, just want to understand whether Councillor Cressy, do you have questions or to speak?
Just to speak, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just looking at members. Are there any additional members with questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Carroll, thank you. Just give me a second. Let me just reset the clock. And Councillor Carroll, you may begin.
Okay, so to our staff leaders, you're going to now be sitting ducks because I have a storage of questions that we can't ask in our weekly updates of the city manager because there are no Q&A there. So if I could go through them one by one, in children's services, later I see it in TESS, I think I see it in SDF&A. We have in your presentations, X number of staff have been recalled from redeployment. X number of staff have been recalled from emergency leave. I'm wondering if you can put that in a percentage context for me so that we understand how much service we're currently offering. Maybe we can just start with the first place I see it is in childcare, for instance. We have 695 staff recalled from redeployment or emergency leave. If you can further contextualize that for me.
Yep, thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Carroll. Yeah, we had approximately 68% of our staff redeployed or placed on emergency leave. That's what that number represents. We now have about 2%, all of those staff have returned with the exception of about 2% of our staff who remain on either leave or redeployed.
How much, what did you say? I'm sorry, 2% are still on leave or redeployed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what, I might as well stick with you then. The reason I'm asking this question is I know that we have a couple of places where we're not delivering the regular program for unique reasons. Does that mean that the staff go to aid the delivery in other places? And secondly, if you want to answer, what happens if we should have to go into another full lockdown? And that's a reasonable question given the numbers. If we end up back there, do we go back to leaves and will redeployment be necessary? Will their efforts be needed elsewhere?
So, Councillor Carroll, to answer your first question, our services are more or less fully operational now. Some of them are being delivered differently, virtually, but our fee subsidy services back up. Our childcare locations have reopened. Our special needs resourcing services. So we're essentially providing the full suite of services, but some of them just virtually. If the difference between the first and the second, lockdown, in the first lockdown, all childcare centers were closed. So we were able to redeploy a number of our staff. The fee subsidy application, everything was closed. So we could redeploy those staff. The province, and I would say the city, is very committed to keeping school and childcare open. Everything I hear from the province is that would absolutely be the last resort. So in the next scenario, likely we would not be able to redeploy those staff because they will be continuing to provide that service. So that and that makes sense because we want to keep schools and childcares open so that folks can go to work or go to school, and that certainly seems to be a priority for both the provincial government and our own City of Toronto.
Right, and if you keep your team and they're not redeployed, then if there are enhanced sanitation and disinfection measures, you'd have the staff to meet those requirements.
Yeah, and we are using those enhanced infection control procedures now. So that would just certainly continue.
Okay, and so similar questions to SDF&A and TESS and long-term care. In SDF&A, I know that there was a lot of redeployment to really sort of organize the pandemic response. So it was all the way up and down your staff. what percentage are back and fully engaged? I think you used some percentages in your presentation.
Yes, Councillor. So at this point, the majority of SDFA staff are back and re-engaged into our work, which is why we've been able to pick up and try to continue to deliver major strategic initiatives relatively on time. We do have a 15% vacancy, which is about 41 positions at this time. And the 50% of SDFA staff that were assigned internally to emergency response, that translates to 135 positions. Okay. But for the most part, we are back to working differently, as Emily mentioned, certainly working differently, but working on the majority of things that were core priorities.
Thank you very much. Okay. That was your last question, Councillor Carroll. That was your last question.
Oh, okay.
Right. To speak, Councillor Carroll, do you wish to speak? I see Councillor Cressy on the phone, so if you'd like to speak, I'll let you speak first, and I'll get to Councillor Cressy after.
Oh, okay.
Do you wish to speak?
I do.
Okay, you may begin.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't have any motions or anything, but I do have questions, but I want to really thank you for putting this on the agenda, because I now have enough information all in one place.
Yeah.
That if these staff leaders have time, I know I can reach out to them, and I've got a presentation in front of me to springboard off of and ask those questions. I really wanted to see all of the divisions report to our committee, because we haven't had a lot of opportunity to ask questions up until now, because they were just plain busy responding and at the emergency table. These services, the services that report to your committee most of all. And so I now have something that if I want to reach out to them and ask, I can ask. I'm really glad that it came now, because I think that now is a good time for us to look at where we're at, just in case these numbers don't start to turn around. We really hope that people do start staying home. All of us do, because we don't want to have to introduce a full lockdown. But if we ended up in that place, I'm happy to see in every one of these presentations that we have spent all of phase one getting to the point where we really understand how to tool up large amounts of our staff to be able to do their work and to be able to respond to people's needs with virtual services. And so I think we probably could, but I will say this, this presentation coming to committee, I don't think it would be a bad idea at all. I don't know if it's the procedural pathway, but Mr. Chair, for you to say that we had this full presentation and to put this presentation before council would give all 25 members the opportunity to ask any questions that they may have at this juncture about all of these services, because they're all things that we care deeply about. All 25 councillors care about them. The difference right now versus any other time when we're facing, if we faced an economic crisis or something like that, is we don't want to endanger people ourselves. And so, while I want to know about the senior support services going to my 2 TCHC seniors towers, Seneca Towers and Cliffwood Manor, I can't walk in there and just snoop around, because I'd be putting them at risk with my own presence unless I had on full PPE. So being able to find these things out from staff are right now so crucial to all 25 councillors, and putting this presentation on your agendas has given them the overview and the ability to really ask questions about the details. I thank you for the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, and we will discuss the opportunity with the Speaker as your suggestion with respect to Council. We'll stay tuned for further updates on that. Councillor Cressy, just wondering if we can get you to speak. It's your opportunity now, if you are still so inclined. Are you good?
I am. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Let me just start your clock, Councillor Cressy. Give me a moment, please. Reset, and we'll start. Your clock has started. You may proceed. Thank you.
Well, listen, I just wanted to take a moment, frankly, to thank staff, Juliana, for her unwavering leadership, and the division heads for everybody who just spoke, and our acting chief. This is hard work. It's relentless work. And I know that our staff are exhausted, but the mission and the importance of the work necessitates that we push through that. And so I want to just, I didn't want this agenda item to pass without extending those my deepest appreciation. And also the recognition that the divisions we just heard from, in many ways, alongside Toronto Public Health, represent the city's response in caring for the most vulnerable and the most marginalized populations who have borne the brunt of this pandemic. And that work carries with it not all the added importance, but the emotional toll that it brings for our staff. Because we know that the test of our city and the test of our response to this pandemic is how well we care for those on the margins and who are most vulnerable. And so that's work we can never stop scaling up. But to our staff who have to do this work through an emergency at all hours of the day, every day, I just wanted to say thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Any further speakers? Okay, seeing none, I'm just going to take a moment to comment. I'm just starting my time here. I too want to express my deepest appreciation and gratitude to all the staff and led by the Deputy City Manager, Ms. Carboni. We speak often, and I speak with all of the general managers on matters relating to their department, and I think it's helpful that members of the committee are able to garner additional insight beyond what we get from the city manager in terms of more granular detailed aspect with respect to the presentation that we've had here today. As been stated, there is no doubt that there's been a tremendous amount of emotional toll and time and just effort by our amazing, and I use the word amazing because they are, in fact, the leadership of every member who has presented here today has just been absolutely amazing. I've seen it firsthand, the many conversations and the many emails and so on that we have been able to view and exchange based on the work that has been done by our staff to ensure the protection and that the services that are needed by our residents is there, available to them during this very challenging time in our history. And oftentimes the public are not aware as to the backstory, the back efforts of the staff and the leadership. And I think this is an example that we have not left any of the stones unturned. We have not left any measures for consideration to ensure an effective process to ensure that services are available to our residents and that our community is safeguarded. And I think that oftentimes we think these things just happen in a miraculous way, but they're done in a coordinated way. You've heard from staff about staff being moved from their varying areas to be able to provide the best services in the areas where they're needed the most. And we've also seen a situation where the number of staff available were not sufficient to be able to do work. However, we've been able to put in place a process and a system that helps us to be able to deliver the service that we expect this from the city, we being the citizens and all the residents in the city of Toronto. I cannot tell you how proud I am of the work and the leadership that has come out of this very difficult time in our history. I will tell you that when I look at our ability, for example, in terms of tooling up, and I give special thanks and appreciation to Lawrence Etta, and although he is not presenting to us here today, he and the staff in terms of our IT, ensuring that we are able to tool up and scale up to ensure that the staff can work from home and to do so in a way that delivers and produce the type of response and services that we need. And finally, I want to appreciate the combination of both the city manager and the mayor and his leadership in tasking and challenge our staff to respond, to wartime speed to ensure that we're able to deliver the services that are needed to protect and safeguard in our community. We are, if you haven't recognized it yet, we are in fact the model of the world. I will challenge anyone to look at any other place in the world and to see what we have done. We have been able to bring forward a lot of the different groups and agencies, as Ms. Carboni has actually spoken about, together to ensure we respond to the issue around food insecurity, the issue around packaged foods that's needed, the responding to the issues around seniors, young people, childcare. We have done it all, folks, and we continue to do it. And as we move to this next phase of the pandemic, as we see the numbers rising, we do have a strong blueprint to work with and a framework that will help us through this. And I think that it goes to be said that we have to remind everyone, we have to actually ensure that we follow the rules that are being set and the examples of the medical officer of health for this city. Ms. De Viller has just been absolutely amazing in her leadership, and I know it's been very difficult for her and some of the decisions that have been made. I know it's not easy, and I think we continue to support her and support all of our staff. So job well done. Hats off to all of you. Tremendous work. Thank you so much. And I would simply move receipt of the presentations that we have received. And just to follow up with Councillor Carroll, I will ensure that we will bring these report to Council so that our other colleagues are able to garner the information that that we have been able to glean here today. So thank you very much for that, Councillor Carroll. I'll work with the Mayor's office and the Speaker and the Clerk in order to ensure that we have it in place. So members, all those in favour of receiving the presentation? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you again to the staff for outstanding work. Thank you. We're going to move right ahead to our next item, and that is EC 17.2. That's the Fair Pass program. I don't have a list of updates in terms of presentation. What I do want to do, members of committee, is essentially just go right to the list of speakers. I have currently on my note here about 6 speakers, and Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could read the first name, and just before you do, just to remind everyone who's about to speak that you have 5 minutes to speak. I will give you the 30-second time to let you know you have 30 seconds left to conclude. At the end of your conclusion of your speaking time, members of committee may ask you question. They may or may not, so it is up to them to decide. So, Madam Clerk, so we ask the first speaker to come on tap, please.
Yes, certainly. The first speaker is EJ Toop from the Ralph Thornton Community Centre. EJ, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line here.
Go ahead, please, EJ. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, members of the community and Economic Development Committee. And you too, Councillor Grimes. I don't know if you remember, we met 3 years ago when I was working in your ward. You were a gracious host. Thank you. My name is EJ Tupe. I'm a member of the Board of Management at the Ralph Thornton Community Centre in Leslieville, downtown Toronto. I'm an active community member from Ward 14. I've been working with marginalized populations for over 15 years. I'm here joining others to speak on behalf of the concerns regarding the possible amendments to the TTC Fair Pass program. This change might seem like a short-term solution to the current fiscal challenges from this pandemic, but I would like to submit that these changes could lead to a ripple effect that could possibly cost the city more money in the long run. First, I want to affirm that the TTC Fair Pass program is an incredible program innovation. It addressed 2 important factors in the systematic issue of poverty: dignity and access. It's not every day that a program addresses both issues, which in turn increases the capacity for those in financial assistance. It gives them access to make their appointments, access to food, and more importantly, the dignity of paying for their own fare. Because of this, a suspension of any kind would not only affect recipients negatively, but could also have the potential of creating additional duress to the TTC system. Desperation could lead many to avoid paying their fare, which leads to impoverished people to be suspect to discipline from TTC fare inspectors. This then leads to service disruptions, undue stress for other TTC passengers, and now an adversarial situation between a TTC staff member and an individual who couldn't pay their fare. All this amounts to additional financial costs. Fare inspectors now having to process the situation, administrative cost of issuing penalties, and a fine that probably won't get paid. TTC staff also now having to manage other passengers. All this could have been avoidable if someone had proper access and capacity to a dignified payment of their own fare. Even the scenario proposed is actually based on an optimal situation. We all know that conflicts between TTC fare inspectors don't always result in a simple issuing of a fine. Sometimes these situations become so volatile that police intervention becomes necessary. In those situations, you only hope that verbal attacks are the worst of the criminal charges to be issued, again, possibly avoidable if someone had access and capacity to a dignified payment of their own fare. With regards to the situation of police intervention, published record of the cost of incarceration is $264 per day per inmate. In one day, that's 6.6 MetroPass subsidies and 330 subsidized rides in one day of incarceration. And that's without counting the cost of other legal fees, their capacity to make bail, and so on and so on. I'd like to pretend that this situation is sensationalized, but sadly it is reality, and diminishing someone's access and capacity to a dignified payment of their own fare could lead to a greater cost to the city and to the psychological welfare of our most financially challenged Torontonians. I ask that these factors be reconsidered to maintain the TTC Fare Pass program as it is. Whatever dollars you see saved on a budget line has the capacity to reappear as an even greater cost on another budget line. Please give my friends the assurance and the dignity to be able to pay for their own fare. Sometimes it's the only haven they get from being kicked out of shelters, roaming the streets, and especially during winter, our transit system inadvertently serves as a safe place for them. Please don't strip my friends of this program. It's one of the best ideas we've ever implemented, and in this time of great loss, we need to maintain our best ideas. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, there are no questions of you, sir. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
So the second speaker is Adam Cahoon. Adam, are you on the line?
You try him again. Are we able to connect with him?
Adam Cahoon, are you on the line?
Okay, let's go to the next speaker and then we can come back then, please.
Okay, we'll come back to Adam shortly. The next speaker is Tina Shapiro from Sistering Fair Fare Coalition and TTC Riders. Tina, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Ms. Shapiro. You have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Tina Shapiro. I work at Sistering and I'm with the Fair Fare Coalition and TTC Riders and an active community member from Ward 19. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Today I'm here to speak about affordable transit for low-income Torontonians from a social justice and agency perspective. I hear empathy and understanding from this committee this morning for the situation of low-income Torontonians, and so I urge you to fairly and fully fund and implement the Fair Fare Pass in 2021 as promised. Extending the discount to all low-income people would only cost about $20 million per year. To contextualize this, pre-COVID, the TTC received a city subsidy of around $730 million, and the TTC brings in $1.2 billion from fares annually. Presto cards cost $6. Although the city will be distributing some free cards at select libraries and neighborhood improvement areas, this will create a barrier. The city should offer the option of sending programmed, validated Presto cards by mail to those who don't already have cards. The city should run sign-up clinics jointly with Metrolinx so that Fair Pass fare cards can be applied for and validated on the spot. A free card is only part of the solution. Needing to validate a Presto card in a certain window of time will also create a barrier. The Fair Pass is confusing with many steps to apply and understand who is eligible. People with low incomes depend on transit more. We want free TTC on extreme weather alert days and for people receiving OW and ODSP. In conclusion, I recommend that Mayor John Tory and City Council fully fund and implement the Fare Pass in 2021 for all low-income Torontonians as promised. The TTC and Metrolinx need to work together in order to remove barriers and make the Fare Pass as accessible as possible to all low-income Torontonians, especially during these challenging times of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Shapiro. Let me just see if there's any questions of you. Okay. Members, are there any questions? Okay, I can see none. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, Madam Clerk, want to show again?
Okay, Adam Cahoon, are you on the line?
Okay, let's move on then, please.
So the next speaker is Sheila Pizzi Allen from TTC Riders. Sheila, are you there?
Hi, yes.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
You're welcome.
TTC Riders is a membership organization of transit riders, and when the Fare Pass was first introduced, we promoted it, held sign-up clinics, and conducted our own survey with organizations such as Sistering and individuals who receive OW and ODSP. So I wanted to share some of the barriers to accessing the pass and share some of our concerns about the way that the Fare Pass is changing. So it's really good news that the pass will be resuming in December, but some of the ways that the application is changing are going to create new barriers. And of course, we're deeply concerned that the full rollout is being delayed indefinitely. The report in front of you makes it very clear that Fare Pass recipients rely on transit more than other users. So ridership dropped by 61% for regular TTC users, but only by 37% for Fare Pass users. So expanding it to all low-income Torontonians is actually a really important way to bring back ridership to the TTC. But to focus on some of the barriers, I actually want to bring you back to a report that was done a year ago. It was the Phase 1 evaluation report, and that was published in 2019. And a lot of the recommendations there have not yet been implemented. So I just want to go through them because I think that these details are really important to making sure that everyone can access the discount. So first of all, I want to talk about in-person support. And the Phase 1 evaluation found that the majority of cardholders heard about the program in person at a test application center. So it's really great that the city is shifting and allowing people to apply online and on the phone, but they really need to continue offering in-person sign-up options. And as Tina mentioned, offering sign-up clinics in partnership with Metrolinx. I mean, imagine all of the steps that it takes to use the card, especially if you live in a suburban area where you have to walk a long ways. So here's the journey. I mean, you need to, first of all, know the program exists. You need to go out and get a card and probably walk half an hour, 45 minutes or longer. Then you need to apply for your card. And if you don't have online or phone access, you can't access a drop-in. That's a barrier. Then you need to load the card. And again, if you live in the suburbs, you're going to have to walk to the nearest Shoppers Drug Mart or the nearest subway station. And then you need to validate it. So there's a lot of complex steps. And I think offering an in-person sign-up option is really important to make sure people will continue to access. The second piece is the option of mailing cards. And again, going back to the report from last year, the evaluation report, the vast majority, 75% of people who are eligible chose to receive the Fare Pass by mail. So it's great that libraries will distribute free cards, but people need to have the option of being sent programmed, validated cards. And then finally, the evaluation report found that many people still can't afford the Fare Pass, even if they're eligible. Almost 40% of people reported this. So we'd like to see the discount lowered. And free TTC cards for social assistance recipients would really make that process more seamless and equitable for people in suburban areas who lack internet access or online banking to reload their cards or go out and get a card. And Tina mentioned the issue of free TTC on extreme weather alert days. This is really related to the Grant Faulkner inquest. It was a jury recommendation to make transit accessible, especially in suburban areas. So, and I guess finally, there's another barrier issue that I want to mention, again, highlighted in the report and no action has been taken on it, and that's the issue of stigma. So when people use a fare pass card, a different light and a different sound is emitted to signal that it's a concession card. And this has really impacted people's use, especially Indigenous people's use. This was noted in the report. People do not want to use this card because of the stigma, the embarrassment, and potential for fare inspectors. So there's a lot of nitty-gritty changes that need to happen to make it fully accessible, but most importantly, it needs to be expanded and lowered. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just see whether or not there are any questions of you, ma'am. Okay. There are no questions. Thank you for your presentation, Madam Clerk. Next speaker, please.
So the next speaker is Robert Williams. Robert, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Good morning, Mr. Williams. You may begin, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, good morning. Okay. Good morning to the councilors, staff, all the contributors, and the general public attending this virtual meeting today. My name is Robert Williams. I'm a resident and an active community member from Ward 20 in Toronto, Scarborough Southwest. Today, I'm here to speak about the necessity of resuming the renewal and new fare pass applicants so that they are provided low-cost fares for those of limited means in the City of Toronto. I urge you to resume the fare pass application and renewal system immediately to ensure that the needy in Toronto have the means to travel. This has been successfully done in many other cities: Hamilton, Ottawa, Calgary, Mississauga, Brampton, and I'm sure many more, in spite of the fact that we are living through, the pandemic of our times. This has become the new norm, ladies and gentlemen, and we cannot use the new norm to deny people at the bottom of the economic scale from getting the relief that they need. The issue is important to me because I am a volunteer at the Scarborough Food Security Initiative. I have seen the impact that low income from ODSP and OW mean to the people of my community. These community supports and these government supports do not adequately support the needs of these people to live. Rent alone consumes most of their income benefit. Many families, almost 1,000 each week. Understand that, gentlemen. 1,000 families from this one food bank alone, okay, which is likely going to get worse, come to us and receive enough food to hopefully last them for the rest of the week. Without a transit subsidy, many cannot, due to disability and age, are able to come and take these groceries home. We are entering a new, more deadly phase of the COVID-19 virus. More and more people will be affected economically and socially because of this virus. Without the fare pass, my community will become much more isolated because they may not be able to come and get the food that they desperately need. With isolation comes anxiety, depression, and of course, many other associated physiological maladies come with this long-term isolation. In conclusion, I recommend that you urge City Council and the Mayor to keep their promise, not sit on their hands, and provide a fare pass system immediately to all those whose incomes demand transportation relief. This program would only cost $20 million, as has been said by another member, per year for all low-income folks. So instead of just ODSP and OW, means tests should be put in place so that all people of low income should get this subsidy. We need to streamline and simplify the application process. I don't know what it is with the City of Toronto, but they just make everything more difficult than it needs to be. And provide sign-up clinics, as has been discussed with Metrolinx or other organizations, to use both paper and online application processes, defer the $6 charge for Presto cards. I mean, this is unnecessary. Let's not delay the resumption of this program any longer. We have over 1,000 people living in tents, with many more living in squalid respite centers. Let's not fail these people on such a simple item as a fair transit pass, and provide them with the transit relief that they both need and deserve. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Seeing whether or not there are any questions of you, sir. There are no questions of you. Thank you very much.
So we'll try one more time for Adam Cahoon. Adam, are you on the line?
Mr. Cahoon, are you there? Okay, he's not. Are there any other speakers? Okay. All right, members of committee, are there any questions of staff with respect to this? Okay, I see the first hand I see is Councillor Ford and then Councillor Carroll. Councillor Ford, you have 5 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
I just have a question for staff to one of the deputant's statements. When the fare pass is programmed onto a Presto card, they said it makes a different sound when they use it. Is that true, or how does that work?
Through you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that all concession cards, so whether they're seniors, whether they're students, or whether they're fare pass users, make the same different sort of signal to the ticket operators. I do have colleagues from TTC on the line if you have any more detailed questions about that process, but it's the same for all concession programs.
Same for all programs. Okay, because the deputant made a fairly good point, and I understand how that could be kind of stigmatizing, but because someone has a fare pass, it wouldn't make a different sound than a senior's pass.
That is correct. One of the principles that we designed the Fare Pass program with is that there should be no stigmatizing to residents who are using the pass. That's an important access and equity commitment for low-income people, and we certainly want to maintain that.
I fully agree with that as well. I just wanted to dig into that deputant's comment to make sure that wasn't the case singularly for people using this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ford. Councillor Carroll to begin questioning.
Thanks. Good morning, Denise. I'm wondering if we should start with, I'll ask you the question that really, it comes up in each of the deputant's remarks. This is complicated. This is complex. The connection between ourselves and Metrolinx, the owner of the program, etc. I'm wondering if you want to unpack that a little bit first. Why is it so complicated? And where is that reluctant partnership? Metrolinx was kind of reluctant to get involved in this at all. Where's that now?
So I would say that from the beginning of the program, Metrolinx has been, and the TTC, have been important collaborators on developing FarePass. The city does not own the Presto technology, and certainly that Metrolinx controls, and it's been really important to have an integrated response in order to develop this program, to continue to streamline it and refine it. There have been issues that we've certainly experienced this year, trying to streamline the program and make more of it digitally accessible. And so working through those issues with Metrolinx and the TTC has been really important, including being able to, they've now just agreed for us to be able to have a virtual consent so that we can have passes applications done online, which I think is a really important part given that so many city services have gone digital. I certainly appreciate all the deputants who reinforce the importance of this program, but that the program can't be cumbersome. And so one of the things that we've taken this opportunity over the last number of months to do is to work with Human Service Integration, which is part of SDFA now, as well as tech services. We're beginning work to try to streamline this process so it's not so confusing and it's not so cumbersome for the residents who depend on transit as their key mode of transportation.
Right. And following on that streamlining theme, we've always gotten into trouble where we talk about the big concern at TTC and particularly at Metrolinx is they've also been directed to get to an open pay system as soon as possible. We're struggling to get to that. There's a pilot starting on Up Express. We hope to start looking at all of the municipal systems being able to go to open pay, so you're just using a bank card. Now, we just heard in an item that we're down to now, we had 720 odd people left who couldn't get their benefit checks by pre-authorized pay. And we're down to 15, we heard. So we've got to the point where all the people that we're providing benefits for, they do have bank accounts now. They do have a bank card. So keeping this simple and not adding layers that would be on a collision course to the open pay system coming in is important here, isn't it? Does that come up in your conversations with this strategic partnership?
Let me defer that question to my colleague, Wayne Chu, Manager of Poverty Reduction. Wayne, has that been an issue that we've seen?
Thank you, Denise, through the chair. So we have not had conversations about the open pay system or those kinds of transportation supports. Fair Pass is specifically a discount, a concession on the Presto system. And so there are a number of other transportation supports, whether for OW or ODSP clients or other residents, where that might fall in the scope of, but within the scope of Fair Pass, that is not something we have had discussions about.
But if we look to the near future, because it is in the near future that we're going to start looking at how that open pay system works, a Presto open pay system, is it possible that we address the issue of all the discounted programs having a different tone at that point? Would that be a point where we're going into the system at a major level and making adjustments to it to accommodate open pay? And at that point, we could deal with the discount tone maybe being eradicated.
Last question.
From the perspective of the Fair Pass program, I would say that, and transit equity, we are engaged with the TTC on the 5-year fare review process. And as part of that, discussions with Metrolinx about the overall fare regime. And certainly that is something that we do hope to raise as recognized in our evaluation report in terms of the sound and the light and the experience of Fair Pass users when they're accessing this discount.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, members, just with your indulgence, I believe that we're able to get one of the speakers who we were not able to connect with earlier, Adam, back on the line. So I'm just going to vary the process in order to allow him to speak since we were having some challenges. So, and then I will ask Councillor Lai will be up next for question. I see now Councillor Wong Tam is with us. Councillor Wong Tam, did you have an interest in this specific item, or did you want to just, are you here just for the St. James Town matter?
I am here for the St. James Town matter.
Okay, fair enough then. Thank you. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to speak on this or question. All right, thanks very much, and welcome, Councillor Wong Tam. Adam, are you there? Adam, are you there? Okay, so shall we move on then, please? Thank you. Okay. Councillor Lai to question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Some of my questions have been answered. I just wanted to ask a quick question about Mr. Robert Williams alluded to the fact that there are other jurisdictions that has a fair pass system, places like Hamilton, Calgary, Ottawa, Mississauga, and Brampton. I just wanted to ask staff whether those systems are the same, similar to what we are being offering at our fair pass system now.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Lai, when we created the program, we scoured the North America and other jurisdictions, UK, et cetera, to understand existing fare discount programs for low-income people, how they function, and our goal was to better those programs for a Toronto solution. So I can certainly say that in most instances, what Toronto is offering through the Fair Pass program is one of the best programs that are out there. But certainly we continue to see that we have to improve our administration and our processes and our communication to make this program as simple to access and as clear for residents as possible.
Just another question on, as a follow-up on that one. You said that you we are as a city, continue to improve the program. Are there any new development for this new Fair Pass program coming out, the next round coming out? Would it be a different program, or would it be just the same program that we're offering to low-income residents?
So it's essentially the same program with just administrative improvements. So one of those improvements will be that new applications will be able to be done digitally, online. Many, as you know, during COVID, many city services have been working towards putting things, serving residents digitally to increase access. We are partnering with the Toronto Public Library and in some cases community organizations to distribute, I think an estimated 110,000 free cards through neighborhood improvement areas across the city, again, to maximize access to free cards. And should funding be available, we think we figured out a way in order to add housing subsidy recipients to this current phase of the program. Last budget cycle for the 2020 budget, I explained to council that we didn't yet have a way in order to extend the program to housing allowance recipients, but now we figured out a way to do that with this online portal as part of the streamlined process. So these are just some of the changes that we're making in order to make the program more accessible, more efficient, and ultimately more affordable for the city to deliver.
My last question would be that in terms of comparison between, there's a senior discount fare system that we're having now. How does this two system compare? Are they the same, or can you just quickly give me a quick insight of whether they're the same system or they're different? The senior fare discount system.
Do you mean the level of discount or the process to access the card?
Yeah.
It's the same discount.
The same discount, and you said the level of access is different then, or?
We are doing more things in order to have low-income residents be able to access the card, including our staged approach, which, as you know, Councillor, begun with those in receipt of OW and ODSP, then moved on to those receiving childcare subsidies, and now we're hoping to move to those receiving housing allowances. And then in June of next year, we'll be coming forward with an update report on what it will take to expand the program to all eligible low-income Torontonians who meet that threshold of LIM plus 15% in terms of their income.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just a quick question for me. I think Ms. Campbell, I'll direct that to you. I believe it was Mr. Williams had indicated that we need to streamline the process, those were his words, indicating that it was still very difficult for people to apply. Is that the case? And or if it is efforts being made to streamline the process in order to make it easier for applicants?
So a key feature of this program has always been to talk to low-income residents across the city to design and enhance our program. They have said to us that there's still some cumbersomeness in the process of trying to apply for the program, as well as to receive the discount, as well as to navigate any issues that they have with the actual Presto technology. So we certainly hear them, and what we have been doing with now Human Service Integration as part of SCFA, they are taking over the management of the Fair Pass program. As I noted earlier, we're working with technology services to adapt an online portal system that they created for Children's Services in order to do digital application processing, which will mean that we can move faster, easier, and clearer. And residents, of course, can always call our 338-8888 number for any issues that they are experiencing with difficulty in accessing their Fair Pass account. I do think we can continue to do more work in ensuring that residents across the city who may be eligible for the program or who have access to the card to know how to access supports and problem-solving support. So when they run into issues, they have one-stop shop place to go to be able to address those issues, and Human Service Integration is a key component in doing that.
So the program is helping and benefiting approximately 80,000 individuals, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Where are these people going? Are they going to work? Where are they going? Where are they taking transit to? I mean, going to the doctors? Where are they going?
Yeah, in our phase 1 evaluation, Fair Pass riders talked about needing the Fair Pass program to access employment, education, health, and medical appointments, as well as, in some cases, access family and other social connections. But they've certainly, we've had a high approval rating, and, one of the deputies, I certainly appreciate him describing this as an important system innovation. So even though COVID has impacted ridership for Fair Pass, the Fair Pass users have come back to transit much faster than non-Fair Pass users of public transport, which is just reinforcing the need for low-income Torontonians to have access to this mode of transportation and the support to be able to do their essential travel.
So would I be safe to argue or suggest that many of the recipients and the people who are benefiting from this are, in fact, people who are working, trying to improve their social and economic propensity, and they need a helping hand, and the program is designed to assist, and you have a system in place where the process, and you record those who are obviously able to benefit from the system in order to ensure that the system itself is not, if you will, misused and or abused?
Yes, I think it's fair to say that, based on our evaluation, and we're doing a second phase 2 evaluation for this current phase, that definitely Fair Pass users are using it for education and training, jobs, health, all of those things that I think we all would believe are important things for Torontonians to be able to access.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for responding to the questions of all. Members, I'm going to try one more time. Adam, we'd had some challenges connecting with them. When we did connect, there were some issues. And so we're going to see if Adam's available. Adam, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Okay. You may begin. You have 5 minutes. We can hear you. Thank you.
The one thing I wanted to say, which has not actually been addressed by any of the deputants and any of you. Have any of you thought about talking to the provincial government? The reason why I say that, when Presto was originally envisioned by the government, the Liberals talked a lot about how they were going to provide access and different options for different groups. And some of what they cited was some of what was done down in the States, where people with disabilities and other individual groups on the margin have been given heavy subsidies on transit. And I know it's sort of been one of those things where the government has changed and stuff, but you guys were left with the problem, and that's disabled individuals. And other minority groups were given some sad, empty promises. So I am just wondering, is, then if the city could, actually talk with the provincial government and say, yes, we are bending over backward to do something for individuals in Toronto, but in some ways, this is a bit of a provincial problem as well. And as an ODSP person, that's a provincial matter. So I was just wondering if some of that could be done, rather than the city to say, oh, we're squeezed for money, we can't help you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Adam, members, are there any questions for Adam? Okay. Adam, I just have one question. I just wish you can help me. So the assistance that you wish us to request of the provincial government, is it for more funds to expand the program? It wasn't really clear, and I think maybe it's just the line itself. I just wonder if you could just expand on that a little further for me to help me understand and our staff to understand.
I'm saying to actually give it some stability, rather than going from year to year. And obviously the first group you actually have given it to are people on ODSP and OW. The last time I checked, the O in both of those things stood for Ontario, which was a program. So then that would save funds for the program's more municipal level things. And I believe all Ontarians with disabilities or on a fixed income should have subsidized transit.
Okay.
So that,
Sorry, go ahead. Were you finished?
So then that money could be used to go on and help other people on housing subsidies or mothers and children. Or the next phase, we seem to be stuck in a certain phase because there's no money to expand the program. Because I don't think the city has ever really made a formal request to see what the province would do to help us individuals with that are on the program through ODSP.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for your response to my questions, Adam. Thank you, and have a nice day, and it's a pleasure having you with us today.
All right, thanks.
Members, any further questions to speak? Councillor Carroll, did you have a point of order?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
This is kind of awkward procedurally. As Councillor Carroll, I was just wondering, because I remember it a bit differently, so I'm wondering if, because we heard from another deputant, we could just give Ms. Campbell an opportunity to let us know whether or not asking for help with the fare pass has been relayed to the province? Is it part of our intergovernmental ask for supports?
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I was going to go there, so we are thinking alike, just to get staff to comment on that in order to provide Adam with an answer and so on. And I think that you've heard Councillor Carroll, and it was my intention as well, just to come back to you, Ms. Campbell, just to ask for just some further edification on your conversation with the provincial government and where are they, and based on the line of the comments and the response to my question from Adam, your thoughts with respect to process of engaging the provincial government as it relates to the Fair Pass program.
Early on in the development of the program, the province was also developing its poverty reduction strategy at the same time as the city. And we certainly included the need for provincial support for these types of discounted transit programs for low-income Torontonians, well, low-income Ontarians, because there are other jurisdictions across the province that have this, have a program model similar to ours. I'm not aware if in the last 2 years, if we've had any further specific intergovernmental conversation on the need to support a deeper discount for Toronto or to participate in funding at the current level. So that's certainly something that I can follow up with our intergovernmental folks on, just to be sure about the status.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for the response. All right, members to speak. I'm just waiting for my screen to change so I can see the members. All right, Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I came in this morning planning to move a motion. Somebody else may want to move it, but I don't. I came in this morning planning to move a motion to asking that that as we go on to the next phases, that staff add one more consultation with the community. But I've really changed my mind about that, because what I'm hearing is a bit of a disconnect between what's happening here and the eventual outcome. We did adopt that we were going to start a Fair Pass program and that we were going to phase it. What we've heard from this report, within the report, is the timing outline that what slowed us down, the only thing that slowed us down was the pandemic. So we reached a point where we weren't taking people who had newly become eligible because we had problems with doing casework and such. That is now resuming. We've also heard that because of the drop in ridership and the drop in the amount of money we have to transfer to transit, we now can take those funds and use them to move ahead with the phase-in, to get this phase-in done efficiently on time, whereas oftentimes we end up delayed in things. That's my read of the report. But what I would have preferred as an ideal system in the very beginning is not something we have. My ideal system would have been that all the city does is deem eligibility and transfer, just do a funding transfer to the transit system. And then the transit system just deals with all of this. But we're still in the realm of go to a library to pick up a card. If you can't do it online, you do it online, but you're interacting with city staff at that point. There's still a layer of involvement at the city level that I worry is going to create further disconnects. We could get to full implementation of the Fair Pass so that we're fully serving people 15% above the low income cutoff, which is ideal, because then you're going from just subsidized residents to the working poor and giving them all this advantage. But I worry that we're going to be marching down separate tracks. And then when it's time to do open pay, when it's time to adjust that system and get rid of the discounted color code and tone on Presto, things that are being discussed right now in consultations on the 5-year fare strategy, with Ms. Llewellyn Thomas at the TTC, that there's going to end up being a disconnect. So what I will promise to do today is to take all of the concerns that I heard during these communications. They're heard now by Ms. Campbell. They need to be heard at the TTC. And I'm prepared to make sure that they get there loud and clear. But ideally, I really want the way to streamline this is get to the point where it's almost all handled technologically. The only thing that has to move are the wealth redistribution funds that are coming out of a social funding line in the city and over to the TTC. But ultimately, we're right. Adam's right. The ask should be going to the province, because the province needs to understand that rebuild and recovery, the economic recovery that is going to go on for a long time after this pandemic, means that now is the time. If it wasn't the time in the last 25 years for the province to return to contributing to the funding of operating, something we haven't had since Premier Bill Davis, if they're going to return, now is the time, because it's really the only way that we're going to be able to afford to offer the service and some of the social advantages of our fare structure that we need to be able to offer for the city and for Ontario to fully recover. And so Adam's right. It really needs to be part of that ask of the province, but tied to the fact that this is what we need so that our transit system serves as many people as possible. And it can be part of that ask, but it has to be on the table at the Transit Commission. And I'm happy to take it there in the very next meeting. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Let me just see whether or not there's anyone else who wishes to speak. Councillor Lai to speak. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for the very good update, because being new on council, I learned a lot about the history of this fare pass system. And I've got people coming to my office during my 2 years now to kind of explain to me what this system is all about. And because my ward is up in the northeastern part of Scarborough, I think my residents, some of these low-income residents, would really depending on the fare pass to to get a good transit. To go to where they wanted to go and all that. And I really also thank the deputants that come in today, and your compassion and your passion, so that everybody have fair access to transit it really means a lot to me, especially especially Adam. I think you really hit the nail on the head. Asking other intergovernment jurisdiction to help us. I would be dare to say that maybe perhaps we should go even to the federal governments, to subsidize on the operation of our transit system and all those things, and we can put some money into the pot for our fare pass system. And having said all that, I just wanted to say that as a new TTC commissioner that I just been appointed, I will be adding the voice as Councillor Carroll to bring these issues to the TTC board to make sure that we think outside of the box. We can actually get some, development into some new systems, not only through our jurisdiction, but we can base on a lot of the information from other jurisdictions in the world to see how we can help all our residents who have a fair transit situation here. So having said that, I will be supporting the report going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. I'm just going to see whether or not there's any other members who wishes to speak. Okay, seeing none. Thank you. I will just speak for briefly. I will move the report in front of us. Thank the staff, Ms. Campbell and team, for an excellent report. The city's ongoing efforts to address some of the challenges that some of the residents in the city who are not able to provide absolute means for themselves in terms of affordability on, in this particular case, transit. And we've heard from Ms. Campbell that these are not lazy people. These are people who are trying to get to work, trying to get to school, trying to help themselves and so on to strive and to survive in many cases. And so, you know, the $147, I think if I did the calculation, 1.3 million into 80,000 people, it's about $147 annually that we're spending. I do think that we all collectively have a role to play, that is, the province has a role to play along with the city, helping people to be able to help themselves getting to work, as well as addressing some of the challenges that we've known that has existed. And this is part of the gap that's been around for some time, and it's being worked upon. And so I think that there's every effort being made to ensure that there's dignity associated with the approach. I know a caller did say that they were differential in terms of sounds and noise, and how it the notification would suggest sort of either an uneven playing field, if you will, through the questioning of Councillor Ford. I think it was clearly illustrated that there's a system that's in place to allow for notification to the fare collector and so on that a fare is paid, but it's consistent with all others sounds that emanate as a result of the TTC system. I'm very happy that we have two members on our committee that are part of the TTC, and you've heard from them that they're committed to moving this matter there in order to discuss it in a much more wholesome way, to ensure that the TTC Commission itself will take additional responsibility with respect to this particular issue. But I think if whatever we do in terms of recognition that it's being done with integrity, it's being done free of any biases and so on, and that it's being done in a way that does not highlight and demonstrate that someone is being provided something that makes it unique and or create a differential perspective that would perhaps be not in keeping with a person's dignity and so on. And I think it's really important what we do with these types of mechanism in terms of addressing the issue around poverty. Listen, I'll tell you, I was just thinking the other day that as a young student going to university, where I didn't have a lot of money, and I know how difficult it was just trying to survive, trying to eat. How much more difficult is it for someone who doesn't necessarily have family to help and support them, and is someone who is mature and an adult, doesn't have the consistency of income, and what little income they have to, you know, split it up amongst rent and all of the other things that one has to use resources for. And we're providing some assistance, and I think this is something that we could do, and we are doing, and we should do because of the benefits that Ms. Campbell has clearly pointed out for us in terms of the recipients and how it helps them. So, members, I'm happy to move this forward, and I know some will say, because there was a caller that said, well, you know, I think perhaps some people would be able to take care of themselves, and this gives them that sense of, I don't know if it's optimism, but a sense that they can do it themselves. And yeah, they can, in the requirement that we need to assist going forward. So at the end of the day, they can do it so that others who may need assistance will get the assistance from us. So I move the item, and so again, thanking staff. All those in favor of the item in front of us? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Members, this has been a busy day, and we have about 10 more speakers, and our next item is EC 17.3. So I'd like to canvass members as to the actions going forward. We could, according to the clerks, they've indicated the interest in terms of extending to complete, and or whether or not we take our break at the appropriate time, which is in about 15 minutes or so. So just wanted to canvass members to get your thoughts in terms of how you'd like to proceed. I'm in your hands. See, Councillor Grimes is saying first down, just keep on moving. I'm not sure of the other members. I'll open up. Councillor Carroll, and then I'll...
I will just indicate that I really cannot go past 1 p.m. without caffeine. So if we can maintain quorum and I can run for caffeine through one of these items.
Yes, and if members need to take any other breaks and so on, that's necessary. I know I will perhaps take one shortly, and I'll ask Vice Chair Grimes to assume the chair and so on. But any other comments, Councillor?
Yeah, I just wanted to make that those are medical emergencies, so we have to account.
Absolutely.
Chair,
yes, Councillor Cressy.
Given that we have many items,
right.
I imagine we will be going throughout much of the day. If it's the will of committee, I'd suggest we take a 30-minute break rather than an hour, if that works for people. And that way, we still take a break at some point, but more time for the items.
Yeah, that would, okay. That's fine. So when we get to 12:30, we'll do that. And if everyone is in agreement, I think we're good. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So we'll take a 30-minute break when we do break at 12:30. All right? And so we will commence with respect to the agenda. All right, members, we're now moving to EC 17.3. Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. It's the Year 2 update. I have asked for a presentation, and we do have 3 speakers, so I'd like to ask the staff to make the presentation first, and then we will go to speakers and then to members of committee. So, Ms. Campbell, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thanks to staff for putting the presentation up. It is my pleasure today to take a few moments in order to share some highlights with you from the Year 2 update of our work to advance the Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. While I will be making the presentation, I would also like to acknowledge my SCFA colleagues, Ina Grant, Director of Community Resources, and Anthony Morgan, Manager of Confronting Anti-Black Racism. Both of them should be on your screen as well. Their leadership, along with a strong team within SDFA and committed colleagues across city divisions and agencies, have been instrumental to a successful Year 2 in the city's effort to confront anti-Black racism. Next slide, please. We are nearing the 3rd year anniversary of City Council's unanimous approval of the Toronto Action Plan to Confront Anti-Black Racism. Council embraced this policy tool to help guide the city's work as an employer, a service provider, a policymaker, a facilitator of civic engagement, and an order of government. As you recall, the action plan arose out of a similar moment of social unrest following a chain of assaults and deaths involving police on both sides of the border in 2015 and 2016. The City of Toronto worked with community leaders, scholars, activists, residents, and families to develop a robust plan to get our own house in order at the city while investing in Toronto's Black community. This year, with a heightened global movement calling for protection, justice, and investment into Black lives, the city's commitment to the action plan is more pressing than ever. Next slide, please. The Black novelist and activist James Baldwin said, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced. The legacy of anti-Black racism is experienced today by people of African descent as poor health outcomes, as the COVID-19 rates have clearly shown again this year, as poor mental health outcomes, as poor education outcomes, higher rates of precarious employment, unemployment and poverty, disproportionate food insecurity, and disproportionate levels of racial profiling and harmful police encounters for Black people. A focus on anti-Black racism, rather than just racism, is a fact-based response. As decision makers, we know we can't develop effective solutions without clear identification of the issues and naming of those issues. Our challenge is that anti-Black racism is painful and uncomfortable, so it's easier often to couch them in broader and softer terms but that leads to responses that are imprecise and ineffective. The fact is that in the most diversity of the world, study after study continues to show that anti-Black racism exists in Toronto, affecting the life chances of more than 400,000 Black people who call Toronto home and their place of work. Next slide, please. So as we finish year 2 of implementing the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism, I'm pleased to report that just over 50% of the 80 actions included in the action plan are underway, in progress, or have been completed. Since the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit was established within SDFA, the city has invested just over $17 million to Black communities in crucial areas of Black arts and culture, queer and trans youth, and in real-time responses to COVID-19, particularly in the areas of food security and mental health. On the recovery side, a Black economic and sustainability and heritage plan has been created for Little Jamaica, one of the hearts of Black communities in Toronto. And with council support this past September, Economic Development and Culture Division will lead a cross-divisional effort to implement this comprehensive plan to support the retention and growth of Black businesses and culture as a legacy project of the United Nations International Decade for People of African Descent. Also, to date, 8,838 city staff, as well as staff in Toronto Police Service and TTC, have been trained on confronting anti-Black racism, and our unit has provided support to the TTC's development of their anti-racism strategy adopted by council this past June. The city's People and Equity Division developed a Black applicant recruitment strategy, launched anti-Black racism training for recruiting staff, and developed a database of Black employment organizations that job opportunities can be forwarded to improve access to city jobs. And one other highlight, that in the realm of policy, the city's first Black Mental Health Day, which we launched in March 20 of this year, inspired national attention on the need for coordinated and effective mental health services for Black people, including the Government of Ontario's Bill 178, the Black Mental Health Day Act, to ensure action in this area. In year 2, we continue to raise the bar and set the standard for confronting anti-Black racism in other jurisdictions. Next slide, please. While key progress has been made in 2 years, going into our 3rd year of action, we see much more work to be done. The report before you includes a year 3 work plan. These priorities were developed in consultation with community partners and city divisions. The global movement for Black lives and the impact of COVID-19 also have a real-time influence on our priorities for the 3rd year of action. These include a focused effort to deliver Black food sovereignty plan that will help secure land, infrastructure investments, and core funding of Black food organizations, since Black Torontonians are 3.5 times more likely to experience food insecurity. A strategic support to the city's efforts to create alternative approaches to policing through the creation of community-based crisis response model. The introduction of a new Black funding framework for Black mandated organizations. We heard a little bit about this through our first deputant of the day. These organizations are Black-led, Black-serving, and Black-focused. They are the backbone of Black communities and the front lines of Black emergency response, ongoing community capacity enhancement, and transformation efforts. And finally, our engagement with the Black business sector has highlighted the need to address the underrepresentation of Black businesses in the city's social procurement business enrollment. Our efforts in year 3 will focus on reaching a 7.5% enrollment target, which mirrors Black Torontonians' percentage of the population. Next slide, please. And finally, committee, I would like to end my presentation by reminding us all of the overall ambition of this work, increasing the life chances of Black Torontonians across the city through concrete, ambitious, but necessary action. The work of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and the partnership effort to achieve the 80 actions in the plan are guided by the Government of Canada's Centre of Excellence Best Practices for Logic Models and our own Ubuntu Monitoring Evaluation Learning Framework to measure the impact of this work at the individual, group, institutional, and societal levels of change. The Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit was the first of its kind in government. Since its establishment, it has set a precedent for other cities like Ottawa and Brampton that have followed. As the mainstreaming of anti-Black racism work happens in institutions, we see a continued opportunity to learn and benchmark from other initiatives in other jurisdictions and to ensure that we continue to take the most meaningful, bold, and impactful actions to strengthen our city. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Campbell. We have 3 speakers listed on this item. Madam Clerk, just before I ask you to start with the first name and then second name and third name, let them be prepared to get started. I'd just like to remind the speakers that they'll each have 5 minutes to speak, and there may be questions from members of committee. And just before we go there, members of committee, I'd just like to do the following, because we have 3 speakers. It would be helpful for us to be able to get through the 3 speakers. It is 12:20, so that means that we'll be running a little bit over time. So I'd like to, instead of coming back at 1, maybe just a bit after 1, based on the time that we utilize, and we will capture that after the 1 p.m. in order to return, so that will still give us a half an hour, give the clerk staff a half an hour and so on, but we can actually dispense of the speakers and we can come back to the item to allow members to ask questions, okay? With your indulgence? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so Madam Clerk, I will ask you to ask the, just call the name of the first speaker.
Okay, the first speaker on this item is Flodine Charles Friedel from the Caribbean African Canadian Social Services. Flodine, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes to speak, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to speak and address you today on behalf of a coalition of Black-led, Black-civic, and Black-mandated organizations in Toronto. And we are here because we're interested in voicing our support and conveying the backing of the communities we serve for what we see as a historical initiative, the Black-mandated B3 funding framework. As I said, we are a coalition of organizations who are actually committed to strengthening the service delivery framework in our organizations in order that we may increase chances of sustainable success, improve the overall financial, economic, social, mental health, and well-being of Black children, youth, families, and adults whom we serve. Cumulatively, we have over 100 years of experience serving Black communities in Toronto, and together we deliver a range of programs and services that are culturally safe and relevant and informed by proven best practices. Last year alone, our programs and services reached over 5,000 Torontonians with a multiplicity of needs who were facing complex challenges. And as you may be aware, these issues have been documented in various reports, including some that were commissioned by the city and issued for its printers. The contents of these reports have justifiably informed the development of the Toronto Action Plan to confront anti-Black racism. The many needs and challenges regularly faced by our community members are contributing in no small measure to the heightened vulnerability that we are experiencing today with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. The combination of anti-Black racism and ongoing vulnerability to crises have created a funding need that the Black-mandated B3 funding framework, if approved, would go a long way in addressing. The proposed funding framework is capable of enhancing the capacity of B3 organizations to respond more effectively in addressing the disparate vulnerability of Black communities to COVID-19 and its present intensification. The Black mandated B3 funding framework is the first time, as far as we know, that any level of government in Canada has created such a funding framework with a long-term outlook. That is, a funding framework that looks beyond a project, a program, or a crisis. Importantly, the proposed funding stream will create more sustainable structures within Black-led organizations that are already committed and have demonstrated their capacity to address community needs and challenges and to showcase the strength and dynamism of the communities that we serve. And we recognize that while there is still scant historical data on the level of funding that Black-led organizations have received from the city, we do know that there is still a paucity of that, and included by the City of Toronto, especially in comparison to the documented needs of the communities they serve. As members of the B3 organization, City Cluster, we continue to show our readiness and preparedness to work with the city to improve the health outcomes of all Torontonians, especially those who are most vulnerable. We continue to show in our work with the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit that our programs are adaptive and responsive and informed by direct lived experience and many decades of reflective programming in and with Black communities. In conclusion, we, the members of this coalition of agencies serving Black communities, strongly recommend that the members of the Economic and Community Development Committee approve the Black-mandated B3 funding framework. We recommend this because we believe that it supports the vision, values, and mandates of all of our organizations. It will create a unique opportunity to engage Black youth in meaningful leadership positions, and this would positively influence the life outcomes for youth in our communities. It will facilitate a more sustainable partnership and collaboration among B3 organizations. This in turn will enhance our collective efficacy and therefore impact in our communities. It will further entrench the practice of nothing about us without us, nothing about Black communities without the leadership of Black organizations in the city scheme. And the city, with the implementation of this framework, would create an infrastructure capable of achieving accountability and answerability from and to Black communities. Thank you for this opportunity to add our collective voice to the support for the implementation of the Black-mandated B3 funding framework. We believe it is a worthy initiative that warrants the full support of this committee. I say thank you on behalf of the 13 organizations that have signed on to this deputation today.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Agapi Janesi from the C Center for Young Black Professionals. Agapi, are you there?
Agapi, you're there? Is she on the line? Okay, so we'll go to the next speaker, please. Okay, no worries. Okay, that's fine. Okay, for now. We'll check back again for Agapi. Agapi, are you there? Okay, all right. Okay, members, those are the, that's the only speaker. The other two we're not able to find at this moment. Questions of staff? I know this report is to be received. Councillor Carroll, you may go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We have the presentation. I think it's the very last slide, in fact, and it's in the report. Things that we expect to achieve by 2024. So this is the first time that we're getting we're really seeing a goal for when we hope to have that alternative to police response to crisis. Maybe taking police out of wellness checks and mental health crisis response. We're looking at the alternative being ready by 2024 in your slide presentation. So this is why I was concerned when we were, taking the Confronting Anti-Black Racism program and adding to it when we moved our motions after the defund movement. One of the things that I asked for was that at the same time as we're developing that alternative response, that there should be an action really pressing on the police board and the Toronto Police Service to look at changing the way mental crisis intervention teams are used, that they be allowed to be first responders along with primary response units, so they could be on site and change the way we respond in a crisis in the immediate, not have to wait until after the primary response clears the site.
So, Councillor Carroll,
is there any progress on that? Pardon?
Your question is coming. Good. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Is there any progress on that action? Do we know that the police board has taken that up and is trying to achieve that in the Toronto Police Services?
So my apologies, Councillor Carroll. I wanted to suggest and reaffirm for committee that the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit and the work that is happening with the changes to policing, especially around the alternative model, is deeply integrated. But and that in our ultimate vision, that having a robust model and robust mental health and provincial support will be available by 2024. That doesn't mean that that's when the actual alternative to policing model will be implemented. So please don't take that verbatim.
When we come to you sooner?
Perhaps. So when we're doing that work right now with that deep engagement, the research, the processing, we'll be coming to executive committee in January, and we'll have a much more specific timeline at that point. So I would just want us to hold off and make sure that that work is done to the best of our due diligence, and then we can regroup with specific timelines at that point.
So maybe I'll follow. Well, actually, we have a police board member here today, Councillor Ford. But maybe I'll follow up there because if we're not clear on the timeline, would you agree? Would you agree that while we're waiting to develop that alternative response, that at the moment what we're looking at is the same response we've always had, the same response and the same, prioritization of when you bring in an MCIT that was used for Ms. Paquette, Regis Korchinski Paquette. That is still the procedure today, and we need to make that change. Would you agree that needs to be prioritized simultaneously?
Oh, absolutely. And Councillor Carroll, certainly both Council in June and Mayor Tory and the City Manager as well has reiterated the importance and the speed in which the work to develop an alternative model comes forward. So that's why it will come to you in January. And that we certainly, I think community expectation is that the city does everything within its power to deliver and develop that and implement the model as soon as possible. My only caution is to say that in some of the pieces that we're realizing is important for such a model, it would require provincial investment in mental health support and other services ultimately.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't think I'm making my question clear enough.
Well, you have 20 seconds, Councillor.
I'm sorry, I get that it's going to take time and money to develop the alternative model. That's why I'm asking for the simultaneous action, which is to go to the Toronto Police Service and ask them to use their MCIT differently as other police forces use it, that they are allowed on a crisis response as a first responder simultaneous with a primary response officer, so that a mental health nurse is there initially, not after, but initially. Is that work is it proceeding simultaneously, was my question.
Okay, I'll get you to answer, Ms. Campbell.
Oh, is that all? So I will follow up with our integrated team that includes the police board staff, and we'll come back to you with a clearer response, Councillor.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. All right, any further questions? Councillor Lai. I thought this was going to be quick, but it's going on.
Yeah.
But Councillor Lai,
sorry,
you
Mr.
begin.
Chair. I will
Go
be
ahead.
very, very quick. Just one question. Thank you very much, Denise, for your PPT, your PowerPoint presentation. I take note of the last slide about your building an equitable Toronto goals by 2024, and it's very, very good. You know, we need to have goals in order that we can achieve the outcomes. I just didn't notice that you have anything for Black youth. Can you elaborate whether you have anything in place for the Black youth, since they are our future?
Absolutely. So, Councillor Lai, the sample that's on that last slide is just to give you and committee a sense of some of the priorities, but they definitely don't reflect the full-scale priorities of the action plan. And support to youth, to queer and Black trans youth, and youth in general is a key priority. I would invite my colleague Ina Nia just to add in any other specifics.
If you may just give me a little bit of specific of what you're going to be doing for the youth, I would appreciate.
Absolutely. Through the chair, Councillor Lai, we're doing a lot of work with youth, in particular around employment and career development. In this last year, and we will continue that in year 3, we ensure that Black youth participated fully in major tech conferences. So, for instance, one of the largest conference in Toronto, we had 100 Black youth participate for the entire conference. We had another Black Focus Tech conference that our youth were involved in, and we continue to work with them. We're working with Parks and Recs as well on some youth programming. So, a tremendous focus on youth, mostly around professional development in technology in particular, because we know that's the future. We partnered with Microsoft in this last year for younger youth, so those between 12 and 17, and we will continue that again once the COVID period is over and we're able to do more. But absolutely, we continue to do work, and there is a full plan that is coming into place for next year for Black, queer, and trans youth. We've already done 2 parts, and we've partnered with Black Cap, and we'll continue that work.
What about recreation? Are you doing something to just make sure that they have a good, healthy mental health, wellness?
Yes, we do a lot of work in partnership with what is already existing in the city, that programs that are already existing in the city. So especially around mental wellness, I completely agree with you. The robust mental health plan that we had put in place for COVID, there is specific focus on youth, because we know that especially during this COVID period, we've seen an increase in mental health issues among our youth. And so that our youth are definitely integrated in all those processes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Are there any further questioners to speak? Councillor Carroll, did you wish to speak?
Just briefly, Mr. Chair.
You can move the item too, please.
Pardon?
If you could move the item as well, that'd be helpful.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm happy to move it. I don't even have motions to add, because the presentation was so thorough that it gives us a really good idea of what's coming. And I'm sorry to so belabor the point that I keep belaboring when we get to that alternative response. But I can't underscore enough that while we are working so hard to create an alternative to crisis response, because it is an issue, the stats bear out that where crisis response takes place, that the tragic responses that we see so often, race appears to have been a factor. It's certainly borne out in the statistics. But the point that I keep belaboring is that we need to change the procedure today, not just do the work of developing an alternative to today's procedure. There are changes we can make right now. There are police services that use their mental crisis intervention teams differently. And there's no reason for Toronto not to do the same. And our message does not seem to be reaching there, because what I heard in a police board meeting immediately after council's deliberations on these matters was that they had added more MCIT teams with using the funding provided, but not changed the way they respond. And we just have too many incidents on the books where, had they been allowed to attend the site immediately alongside the primary response units, their advice may have saved lives. And so I need that simultaneous thing to be going on, developing the alternative and changing the current procedure. And I really hope that my fellow committee member, Councillor Ford, and I can have a conversation about that one day, and you could maybe help pursue it at the Toronto Police Services Board. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Anyone else to speak? Councillor Lai. Speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. I just wanted to, again, thank staff for doing all this good work on the update. And I just noted something about food insecurity. In my area, in my ward, we have the Melbourne, part of Melbourne, and we have agencies like the Tropicana, agencies, United Way, and just to make sure that the food banks are all, well equipped, especially during the pandemic. And I just wanted to encourage staff, maybe you can invite some more private companies to collaborate to make sure that rather than just the city doing all the work, I think we need to involve some private entities. They're willing to help. I think they're out there. We just have to look, and we have to work together to make sure that all these the Black community are really have food, can solve the problem for the food insecurity. And in my ward, we've been doing a lot of food drive and all that. And the new food drive is being registered now. I support it, and it is very, very good that we need all of us to work together as a community to make sure that our community have can solve the problem for food insecurity. So having said that, I think doing the youth is the piece that I actually will come to my heart, because I always wanted to be proactive in encountering some of these problems that some of our youth, not only the Black youth, mostly our youth, but that's why I raised that point about the youth. We need to make sure that they have a mental wellness, and make sure that they don't participate in any of the gang activities. And it is our job to make sure that we have a safe community. So just on those two notes, I know that Councillor Carroll have the police piece, and those that has been addressed. So I just wanted to say that I'm very supportive of this anti-Black racism action plan going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. I'm just seeing whether or not there's any other members. Councillor Cressy to speak. Go ahead, please, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Chair. And off the top, thank you to Denise and Ania and Anthony and all staff's hard work on this. Just a couple very brief comments, both in terms of the short term and the long term. And I think the short term here is certainly in the context of COVID. COVID didn't create structural racism. It didn't create structural anti-Black racism, but COVID has certainly further exposed it. And the data shows that COVID has certainly taken advantage of that structural anti-Black, of that structural racism that exists. And we see that in the data in terms of the disproportionate impacts of COVID on Toronto's Black populations. And we've seen it in the data that Denise presented in terms of the pre-existing disproportionate levels of poverty and housing instability that Black Torontonians faced before COVID, and that has been magnified by COVID. And so the short-term, long-term here for me, long-term, of course, is to continue down, to scale up into all of our work as part of the comprehensive anti-Black racism plan. And I want to thank staff for the update on 2 years in. The short term, in the context of COVID, is to embed equity and embed anti-Black racism in our COVID response as well. And that is to say that even in the context of reopening metrics that we're talking about right now, that if reopening is not working for marginalized and communities, if reopening will have a disproportionate impact on Black Torontonians, then perhaps we're not ready yet for reopening. Because if we are all in this together, then we need to understand the disproportionate impacts and account for them in the COVID response. And so just again, to reaffirm my thanks for the continued work of our leadership team on this, and to say that in the midst of COVID, this work is frankly more important than ever, given the real painful and immediate effects we're seeing of systemic Black racism today during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Any further speakers? Okay, seeing none, I will just speak for a moment. I want to thank Ms. Campbell, Ms. Grant, Mr. Morgan, and the entire team that are working on this historic initiative in the City of Toronto. We are the first city that I'm aware of in the entire world who has embarked on such an initiative of attempting to confront anti-Black racism, biases, systemic nature of racism, and you know, the biases, whether or not it's conscious or unconscious and so on, are there. And the mayor as well, to thank his leadership, because he has been very much a vocal proponent of this initiative, and he has met with members of the community and so on. And we know that the structural divide and the challenges that has always existed that has affected the Black community, we've seen it borne out with respect to COVID, where I believe the stats suggest that we're 9% of the population, yet 23+% of the impact with respect to COVID and so on, affecting the community and all the challenges associated with it. And so attempt is being made to address these issues. Councillor Carroll, thank you for bringing forward your concern with respect to the mental health piece and how it approximates with respect to policing, which is such an important piece in our community and our society. And obviously it's not clear that the changes that are necessary are being made. And I think that your efforts in seeking clarification is very helpful. And I trust that, I know Councillor Ford's not with us at the moment, but I know we'll have those discussions and conversation. I know that there's great efforts as well being made by the CABR team to try to help and train members of council and our city staff with respect to the issue around anti-Black racism and so on. And I haven't taken the course yet myself. I know a number of my staff members have, and they've reported back to me that they've learned so much, and they think it's a necessity that every person in this organization take this training. The mayor and I moved a motion and asking that councillors take this training. I don't know how many councillors have yet. If you haven't, I hope that you will seek to take the training, because it really is an eye-opener. In as much as I said, I'm Black, but I also want to have that training as well, because it'll be an eye-opener for me as well, because we're all in this together, and we need to ensure that we are fully aware and acutely aware as to what the challenges and concerns are and so on. And some of them we may take for granted and may not even be aware of. I think it's helpful in terms of you know, peeling away the sort of vestige of racism that exists in our society and so on. And I think it is an attempt to make us all better. And that's really what the objective it isn't to point a finger, but to make us better as a community and as a society and so on. And we are the model now of the world. We will continue to be, and we know that we're not perfect, and we're striving for perfection and excellence and so on. So I want to move the report that's in front of us. I know Councillor Carroll's moved it. Just want to add to that, and just to thank the great leadership of Ms. Campbell, Anania Grant, and Anthony Morgan. And I just wanted to say the final thing. I know in speaking with the staff that there is not enough of them to get the work done that needs to be done. And I'm hopeful through the budgetary process, when the request comes forward, that members of council will support the need in order to ensure that we can have the appropriate FTEs in place in order for us to really address this issue. There are 80 actions, 22 recommendations that are taking time to implement and so on. And I'm so proud of the work that's being done by us and the support from Council and the leadership of Mayor Tory. So I can move, again, just to reiterate what Councillor Carroll's moved the item, so ask all those in favor. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. And members, it's approximately 10 minutes to 1. I would encourage us to be back here at 20 after 1. So we'll take a 30-minute break for lunch, I believe. Okay. We will basically break for lunch now. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, we have quorum. I'd like to resume the meeting. We are now moving to EC 17.4, Selected Grants and Community Service Partnership Renewal. We have one speaker. Madam Clerk, just before you read the speaker's name out, because this is a new item, just like to inform the speaker that they will have 5 minutes to speak. I will give you, at the 30-second mark, I'll let you know it's 30 seconds remaining. Members of committee may have questions of you and or for you, and they may not. So, Madam Clerk, would you read the name of the speaker that we have on this item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The speaker on this item is Karen Villanova. Karen, are you on the line?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon, Ms. Villanova. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent.
Hello, members of the committee. Well, my name is Karen Villanueva. I am a 29-year-old Master of Social Work student at the University of Toronto. And though I wasn't born and raised in Canada, I now live, work, and study in Toronto, a place I now call home. I actually struggle to call this place home because of how expensive it is to live in the city. And the only family I had here was my mom and my brother. So I didn't feel like I had much of a community, and our household income was below the poverty line. Upon graduating university, I, like many other youth, did not find employment right away. What made a big impact in my life were the many City of Toronto funded social services I had access to. Social workers and community programs played a key role in helping me navigate the complexities of the welfare system and employment opportunities that led me to where I am today. Today, I ask this committee to support the proposed recommendation and authorize the previously approved community service partnership funds until the approval of funding recommendations in 2021, but also to consider a multi-year funding allocation and increase in funding for the CSP program. Aside from being a student, I work at the Toronto Centre of Learning and Development, TCLND for short, a CSP-funded agency located in Regent Park that serves over 80 other neighborhoods, including neighborhood improvement areas around the city. Our CSP-funded programs have resulted in increased volunteerism, increased meaningful employment rates, increased community engagement, and increased partnerships and connections. Every year, as I write the CSP report, I get to look back at the impact funding has had in immigrant youth and families. I feel inspired to continue my studies in Canadian social policy and my work in the nonprofit sector. However, it is uncertain how many more years I will get to work and service these communities. As Toronto faces unprecedented challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic, quality and type of services that respond to the changing needs of vulnerable, marginalized, and high-risk communities need to be strengthened to improve the city's well-being long-term. Stagnation or decreasing funding for community service partnerships negatively impact ongoing and stable support to Toronto's nonprofit organizations that are on the ground responding to the current crisis, while also creating structures for sustainable community development and engagement. On the City of Toronto for Public Benefit Report, you actually recognize that the nonprofit sector contributes at least $14 billion in annual revenue, which represents over 8% of Toronto's GDP. Increased CSP funding over a 3 or 5 year period will allow for increased revenue and sustainable planning for community impact. A common issue within the nonprofit sector is the creation and elimination of programs, the creation and elimination of employment opportunities, the creation and elimination of nonprofit organizations. I honestly attribute this precarity to funding cuts or stagnation of funding in the face of increased need. I encourage you not to look at the CSP program as funding 177 organizations, but investing in hundreds of partnerships across sectors and thousands of vulnerable, marginalized, and high-risk community members through capacity building. Your commitment to safer communities starts with investing more in social programs that benefit youth and their families, racialized and immigrant communities. Safer communities start by supporting social workers and non-for-profit organizations so that my personal story is not unique, but that it becomes the norm. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, there are no questions of you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, members, questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I have a question of staff. Ms. Campbell, through to you. This report provides grants and to community service partners and so on. It's a renewal. What are the KPIs? How are we monitoring and how are we sort of recognizing the impact of the investments that we're making in the community partnership?
Deputy Mayor Thompson. So I'd like to say that part of the efforts
Just give me a second, Ms. Campbell. I don't think your sound is not working well. I can hardly hear you. Try it again.
Okay, I'm going to ask my colleague Barb Powell to respond.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Denise, and through you to the chair and the committee. Actually, in the first appendix to the report that you have before you, we're highlighting many of our KPIs for both our community service partnership funding and also for our time-limited funding. And through the renewal, we're actually tightening up those key performance measures to look at outcome measures related to the mitigation of poverty, the reduction of social isolation, and the building of skills and knowledge in grantees.
So we heard this morning the DCM spoke about the 400 plus community organizations and partners that are at the table talking about a variety of different issues impacting the specific organizations and then in general. Would you say that the investment that's actually being made in the community partnership program, which we've been doing for quite some time, are we lessening the amount of contributions we're offering to the program, or have we seen an increase? What has been our position?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the committee, we are one of the few funders that provide a cost of living increase. We've been able to do that for a number of years. We also provide opportunities for our community service funded groups to allocate a portion of their grant money to core operations. So this speaks to the sustainability and tries in a small way to address precarity of employment in the sector.
Excellent. So you would say that we're expanding our investment reach in with the different organizations. I mean, it may not be as much as organization may want, but we're not actually reducing the amount that we're contributing. Would that be a correct position?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it would be.
Thank you very much. Ms. Campbell, through to you, we have introduced a recently new program. It's the Youth Violence Prevention Program, which has just really gotten started. Can you give us an update in terms of the 10 community organizations and groups that have been funded? Do you have any update that you could report to us today?
Mr. Chair? Can you hear my audio? No? Oh dear. Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear. Let's try. Let's try, Ms. Campbell, if you wish. I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. My apologies, and my colleague Barb Powell will jump on here. So certainly, we're able to implement the program this spring, despite COVID. Had to use digital and other online mechanisms in order to support applicants and organizations that were successful within the program. Organizations have gotten started on their program activity since since late spring. And as at all accounts so far, it's still early days. We understand that their early activities are starting to be implemented and to be effective.
Will they continue to be funded, I guess, based on your criteria going forward? There are certain goals and objectives they have to meet. Is that correct? And or they won't get any further investments to the organization themselves, but you could potentially have different organizations coming forward with different programs? Would that be accurate?
The Youth Violence Prevention Grant is a multi-year grant stream, so we've been committed to these agencies for several years. Obviously, they have to continue to meet on those. They have to continue to meet the criteria and ensure that the program is moving at a very good standing. Certainly take a supportive approach to wanting to help them to be successful. And when this iteration of the program is complete, we will certainly be discussions to figure out what the next iteration should look like.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm not sure if there's any one further to question. Can't see anybody on the screen.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Councillor Carroll, do you wish to question?
Just a quick one, only
Sure.
because you attracted us to that page, and there was something I hadn't noticed before. Under the youth violence prevention programs, Harriet Tubman did receive funding, and I was glad to see that. But I only just now noticed that different ward numbers are listed there than my ward where their sort of headquarters are based. Is this whole funding list where we're looking at the youth violence prevention programs, where the ward numbers are listed? Is that sort of a general guideline of their service area, but it's not necessarily the only place that the funds may result in programming?
I'd like to ask Barb Powell to jump in, please.
Certainly. Through the chair to the councillor, yes, that's right. Often we use the ward placement as the ward number as a placement for their head office. And then, of course, there are so many robust partnerships of organizations here in the city that they do actually work in multiple communities. And then with the youth violence prevention work, sometimes those communities do not specifically align with just a particular ward, so there is some overlap there.
Okay, the only reason I ask is because their headquarters are in my ward, which is Ward 17, but
Right.
I was happy to see them on the list because they do work in this area all the way out to the west end of North York through their annual sports program and things like that. So as long as that's still the case and this gets to be added to the funds they already raise and do that work. I just thought it for a minute. I thought, wait a minute, is this some specific sub program? Okay, that clears it up for me. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Right. Okay, anyone else? Okay, seeing none. I just wanted to move the item and just to simply thank staff for the work. I know it was intimated that in the request by the speaker around ensuring that we invest and not cut and so on, and I'm pleased to hear the response from the staff. Again, it's the city's effort to continue to deal with poverty reduction and to help partner with organizations that are playing a keen role in terms of providing a service and appropriate utility of service to those who are in need. And the city has partnered with many of these organizations for some time. In this report, it's around 177 organizations and agencies. And we see the additional program with respect to the youth violence program that was brought into effect this year. And I'd also like to just make mention of the utilization of the $250,000 donation designated to Regent Park, which was donated by a former staff member who led the Social Development and Finance, Mr. Chris Berlinger, who wanted to ensure that he made a contribution. I want to, again, reiterate our thanks to him and his great leadership and his, if I may say, Ms. Campbell, used the word really very positively, his protege, I will say, and one of his great support staff members as part of the leadership team when Mr. Berlinger was here, and you have continued, you have taken over that role, and I know that you are well positioned, and not only in terms of your history with respect to that role and the things and leadership of Mr. Berlinger, but you have brought certainly your own stamp to this, and the continuity has been sort of like magic. It has not essentially faded in any way, shape, or form. In fact, it has been enhanced, and I think that really speaks and bode well for certainly your leadership and the strong, if you will, structure that was in place with Mr. Erlinger, which I know that you are enhancing and continuing. So thank you very much for the great report, and I know that you will continue to work hard for all of us. And thank you for the KPIs that are in place. That was rarely mentioned. I just wanted to make sure that we note them, because there was a time, probably about 10, 15 years ago, where people would comment about our investment in these types of programs, that it was a waste of money, a waste of our investment and so on. And we see that that's not really the case. We are having much more accountability and focus in terms of how these funds are being spent, and we actually see the benefits of them. So again, thank you, and I can just move the item. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm in favor of that new retirement policy, Mr. Chair. That's really turned out well.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Thank you. All those in favor, opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, members. We're moving right along, members, and we are moving now to EC 17.6. It's a feasibility assessment of St. Jamestown Food Hub. On my list, I have 3 speakers. And Madam Chair, is that the list? 3 speakers? 4 now. Okay, this has been added. There's 4 speakers. There is there's also an interest by Councillor Wong Tam, I believe, in this. So, members, we will now go to speakers and to hear from the speakers, and then we will basically advance the process in terms of asking staff questions and so on, should you wish. All right, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, just before we start, I will just say to the speakers, you each have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when there's 30 seconds left, which is requiring you to close at the 5-minute mark. Members of committee may ask you questions, and they may not. So, thank you, Madam Clerk. The first name, please.
The first speaker on this item is Roxanne Cohen. Roxanne, are you connected?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon. How are you, Ms.
Okay, wonderful. Good
afternoon. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the committee for taking this time to hear from me, my colleagues, and to review this proposal. My name is Roxanne Cohen. I am a PhD student in education at York University, and I'm also a member of the St. Jamestown Community Co-op that has developed the idea for the Oasis Food Hub, which this report reports back on. Alongside Josephine Gray, another speaker today, I have been one of the 2 main representatives of the co-op and the Oasis project team in the last year of this City Motion working group process. First of all, to start, I wish to on the record celebrate and say congratulations to my team, to my co-op, and to the over 100 individuals, experts, and community organizations that have collaborated over the last 14 years to push the issue of food security in St. Jamestown, and I am so pleased that this issue is finally being considered by the city and by this committee with the seriousness and urgency with which it deserves. Second of all, I wish to point out a couple of inconsistencies between the report presented to you today and between the Oasis Food Hub proposal with which we began this process. First and foremost, I must go back to the brilliant and astute observation made by Denise Campbell on the 3rd agenda item of today's committee meeting, which is to say that we cannot solve a problem until we are able to name it and to understand what that problem is. While this report does mention food security, especially in terms of access to low-income residents, as a key issue and problem that this proposal and working group sought to address, it leaves out another key and central element of our proposal, which is climate change and climate change resilience and emergency preparedness to extreme weather. From the very beginning, this has been a central element of the development of this process and of this idea, especially given that St. Jamestown is a neighborhood filled with newcomers who have a lot of direct experience with the climate crisis around the world. The IPCC report and the Toronto Food Strategy acknowledge that not only does the agricultural industry have a negative impact on climate change, but also that climate change itself exacerbates all of the areas of food security, including accessibility and including affordability and nutrition and well-being as well. Both the IPCC report and Toronto Food Strategy therefore stress the importance of a food systems approach to dealing with food security that can encompass the production, transportation, manufacturing, retailing, consumption, waste of food, and impact on nutrition, health, well-being, and environment that are all entangled when we say the words food insecurity. This is why the Oasis Food Hub presents a food systems approach that aims to engage not only in the distribution of affordable and culturally appropriate food, but also food that is locally produced with no fossil fuel fertilizers, to reduce our miles, to reduce our food waste, and to buy into one of the key avenues of climate action available to us, which is through our food system. This matters in the review of this report because without viewing the urgency of the climate change crisis and emergency as the City Council motioned through in October 2019, the very same day that this working group was formed on Oasis. What troubles me about this report is not just that it lacks the emphasis on climate change, and not only that it misrepresents the phasing details of the proposal which we proposed, and not only that it misrepresents conversations had during this process, such as only explaining part of the conversation around
30 seconds.
biodigestion was had. Thank you.
Okay.
But also it lacks some of the key conversations we had, such as the ideas of using zoning bylaw section 5.10.20.1 general that says that the city can zone any area as an emergency service. And we see that COVID and climate change have shown us that food and food access is an emergency service. And I urge the council today to pass this motion, but to ensure that a food systems approach and public accountability is included, and that we build on the networks of partners Oasis has already established over the last 5+ years of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me see whether or not there are any questions for you, ma'am. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you. There are no questions of you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Josephine Gray for the Oasis Food Hub Project, St. Jamestown Community Cooperative, and Lift Toronto.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I'm Josephine Gray. I'm a resident of St. Jamestown. I'm a founder of Food Fair Toronto. I was its chair for many years and helped build many of its programs. I have a lot of experience in this area and in my community. I'm also co-lead of the Oasis Food Hub project and a board member of the St. Jamestown Community Co-op. We have some concerns, as we've shared with you in detail, if you want to take a look at another time, around the content of the report. While we do appreciate the sudden interest in food security in St. Jamestown and are willing to sit at this table to discuss a framework. We are very concerned about the possibility of further delaying our continuing efforts to scale up our work on food security in the neighborhood. We have recently received roughly $100,000 worth of funding to scale up our food buying club. We have a memorandum of understanding with a Black-led food trading company that is going to rapidly increase the volume of produce that we can bring in from the Global South, because the vast majority of our community is from the Global South. We have roughly 15% of our community is of African descent. Me, myself, and my children are of African and Indigenous descent. And I must say, I take exception to the idea that this report and its recommendation claims to align with anti-Black racism strategy and Indigenous health strategy, because it is, in fact, pushing back the timelines and delaying the implementation of the project. The original motion was intended to find pathways to approval to implement the Oasis Food Hub. That something else has been brought to a table and a report on another idea has been put forward is what it is. But we would rather not find ourselves set back and delayed by another 6 months to discuss a collaborative framework when we have an active project that's urgently in need of being phased up. Just so you know, there were criticisms in that report that did not relate to anything we were actually proposing. There are many more buildings in St. Jamestown than TCHC buildings. While we're happy to engage with TCHC at the table, they are not the only landholders in the community. So we would like the staff to try to continue to support our implementation and support our efforts in scaling up and moving forward with the phase 1, which we all agree is feasible. We actually had a supplier lined up and a design for a food depot kitchen shipping container, which TCHC staff on the working group agreed was the best approach during this pandemic. We had the costs and everything else all laid out. They are not, in fact, under calculated, although if the city has other costs relating to fees and licensing, they could have told us that in the working group process. I think it's really important to know that we are very close to being ready to being able to put that shipping container in place, and we have the staff, the people, and the dire need to have it there so that we can continue to serve our community with greater volume. My hope today is that this committee will understand that, as Roxy said, there are many goals that we were aiming for in our long and exhaustive process that included a great deal of technical professional expertise and input. Many goals that were not mentioned or addressed in this report. I don't know what happened to the process. It was due in March. By the time we came back around to it, after side discussions with TCHC to make progress on our shipping container, we found that everything had changed, and now there was some competing proposals, et cetera, but no one's talked to us about who they are, what they are. We just know that now there's a table being set up for a framework. Again, that may be a positive thing. St. Jamestown needs to have collaborative approaches to working on these major issues. It's also the size of a small town. I mean, a large town or a small city, and there's no end to the need that people could be meeting. For our membership and for more and more families that we're trying to engage, and for the Black youth who are involved in looking and hoping for jobs as part of our project, we are really hoping that you are not going to delay us again and make us wait perhaps a whole another year while a framework is discussed that we're then, somehow granted permission to apply to later in the day. This is not acceptable to us. We really feel a sense of urgency around being able to activate
30 seconds.
So my hope is that this committee will direct staff to support phase 1, to support the animation and activation of the shipping container plan, and allow us to move forward even as we engage in this broader framework discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, there are no questions of you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, Madam Clerk, we have another speaker.
The next speaker is Nolan Sharper. Nolan, are you connected?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to thank the councillors and members of this committee for allowing me to speak and hear my perspective. My name is Nolan Sharper, and for the last 2.5 years, I've been a volunteer at the St. Jamestown Community Co-op. And I wanted to just bring 3 things I've learned from that time that are personal to this conversation of the feasibility assessment. And the first one is about the diversity of St. Jamestown. When having a conversation about what a food hub looks like in St. Jamestown, I have seen the hard work that into trying to get for as many people as possible the most diverse neighborhood in the world. Seeing my colleagues organize trips to urban farms, community events, live music, endless surveys, petition signatures, assessments, countless hours spent interacting both formally and informally with people in this neighborhood, residents in this neighborhood. Ask them what a food hub that directly serves their needs looks like. This is what the Oasis Project is. It is the culmination of years, and I'm not exaggerating, years spent trying to address the needs of the most diverse community in the world when it comes to issues with food security. And well, I don't believe that the feasibility assessment intended to silence that process. I think one of the impacts that is clear in this report is that it does not take into account this truly innovative design process that is embodied in the Oasis project. Now, the second thing I want to bring to your attention is a bottom-up food hub versus a top-down approach to designing a food hub. So in the report, there is mention of a vague and, may I say, nebulous concept of a neighborhood food hub that is not clearly defined, versus our own food hub that is, as I said, the culmination of a bottom-up approach, community organizing, community collaboration, community resiliency. These are all embodied in a top-up approach that has emerged organically over the last years from a diverse community. It is a truly, I believe, a truly equitable, egalitarian, and truly diversified approach to designing a food hub. And I am worried that a top-down approach that seems to be implied in this report is going to erase that equitability. It's going to erase that equity. It's going to erase this process that is so integral to the diversity of St. Jamestown that is embodied in the Oasis Food Hub. The third thing I want to just bring to your attention is in relation to timing and urgency and emergency. So over the past few months with my colleagues in St. Jamestown, we have been doing a lot of research specifically on the COVID-19's impact on our local food system. I want to bring to your attention to a statistic. In Canada, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people expected to face food insecurity as a result is expected to double from 4.4 million to 8.8 million. This is according to Food Secure Canada. That is almost a third of our country. And St. Jamestown, being an area that is on the front line of food insecurity, is inevitably going to bear the brunt of that growing marginalization. So timing is key, as my colleagues Josephine and Roxy has suggested. We do not want to get bogged down in a process of deliberation and reinventing the wheel when timing is so crucial. So we appreciate the interest that this is showing in our Oasis Food Hub, but one of the major concerns is timing. We
30 seconds.
To be able to move forward. Thank you. We need to be able to move forward on this project in the most efficacious way possible in order to ensure that we properly deal with the rising food insecurity in our community. So I once again thank you all for listening to my perspective. I urge you to take and I urge you to keep these 3 things in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Just looking to see whether or not there's any questions of you. Okay, I may just ask you a quick question, sir, if I could. The recommendation here says that the recommendation that's in front of us says to essentially to work with successful proponent to determine the necessary municipal planning approval that could allow for an integrative food partnership framework in the Toronto Community Housing Cooperative. So what about the recommendation that is inconsistent with respect to the issue of timing and urgency in which you spoke of?
So absolutely. So container, there seems to be there seems to be interest in adopting the shipping container. What I'm worried about is the timing of this. Is this going to take another 6 months? Because we already did have approval earlier, if I'm not mistaken, to get one. So I'm worried that this is going to take months and months, possibly even a year, to get that shipping container, which is going to be part of our food hub. I'm worried that further kind of delaying the process and further sort of creating a kind of another model for a neighborhood food hub when we've already established one that is ready to go is going to wind up sort of delaying our ability to respond to crises that we are on the front lines of as a community in St. I hope that answers your question.
No, that's fair. Thank you very much. It does answer my question, and I appreciate that. And of course, we'll ask staff questions and so on. But I do thank you and all the other speakers for participating and offering your insight and your concerns to us. So we will now take this into committee and allow questioning of staff. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, is there one more? Okay, sorry. We have one more. Sorry, Councillor Carroll. Apparently, we have one more speaker. Okay, Madam Clerk, let me just clear the board here, and if you could just call the speaker, and I will start the time. Go ahead, please.
The last speaker is Laura Hammond. Laura, are you connected?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can just barely hear you. I wonder if you may just want to speak up a little bit for us, please.
Okay. Is that better?
Much better. Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. So my name is Laura Hammond. I am a community advocate in the Iron View neighborhood. I'm the executive director of the Birchmount Community Action Council. We are a community-led initiative of GCAC residents, and we aim to provide support around well-being, community engagement by addressing food sovereignty, economic development, and social inclusion for equity-seeking groups. I'm here not just to make a recommendation. I more want to share and highlight an example of how the work of Oasis Food Hub and how it's not just in St. Jamestown, but the hub as its own is citywide. In 2017, we were funded for the Community Events Grant to create a Food Connect project, which looked at food sovereignty and having a community-led model. In doing that work, we connected with BIPOC farmers across the city, as well as with the Oasis Food Hub, who was integral in helping us create a foundation of what that model could look like for our community. So when I was told about the fact that some of this work is also going to be led by the city and that they're looking for a framework, I share the same concerns that Nolan just recently shared. Is that there's so much work being done on the ground, and through the Oasis Food Hub, it didn't, like I said, just impact St. Jamestown, but us in the Scarborough area were able to connect with leaders who had so much experience in doing the work, and they assisted us in piloting our initiative. In a short-term period, got 37 volunteers together and assisted us with our urban farming pilot so that we could find out what would this be a sustainable project, come up with an economic model for residents to create supplemental income while ensuring that food justice is being served in these NIA communities. That framework in itself needs to be led on the ground, and the amount of partners involved in the hub, the leadership model in that it's very grassroots, and the fact that local residents are able to connect and mobilize themselves could potentially be lost, as mentioned. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that by having this model being led in St. Jamestown, Us in Scarborough being part of this, we also have more legs on the ground for us to build logistics around our hub model. And in working with TCHC as a resident-led group doing community work, it has been shown that there's a lack of transparency at times. And I'm really urging Council to take up Oasis Food Hub on their leadership and to continue leveraging that partnership so that the work is being done and impactfully on the ground. Right now, with our movement, we have a Birchmount Food Distribution where through the pandemic, we've had more agencies open up to us to say, hey, we want to continue working with you, and we've reached over 450 residents. But when I ran into an issue of getting vendors to provide local produce, Food Chair Toronto stepped up, and Josephine Gray has stepped up in connecting us with vendors who are farmers, who are willing to supply us. So that synergy of being able to connect with someone right away in real time who is willing to continue doing outreach and work collaboratively is crucial. So I'm really hoping that bottom-up model is adopted in this framework, and that we continue being able to serve our communities, because there's a lot of work to be done. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Hammond. Thank you very much. All right, I'm just looking, to see if there are any questions of you or members of committee. I see no questions. Thank you. All right, so any further additional speakers, Madam Clerk? No? Okay, great. Members, we're taking this into committee now, and I'd like to open it for questions of staff. Councillor Carroll, the question. You have 5 minutes.
I wonder if staff would like to comment on the comments from the deputants about the top-down approach and complications. I share their concern because I read the report, and I see, we have appendices that show us these are all the impediments. And I'm somewhat frustrated because it looks to me like the activities that are proposed here are very similar and enhanced maybe to what Scott McKean and I went to Montreal because we were doing something on the partnership between Montreal and the human trafficking thing. And we visited a food hub that would have activities like this and in fact sold food, grew food and sold it, plus had a market and a cafe where in the gentrified area adjacent to St. Henri in Little Burgundy, people could come into the food security food hub, buy lunch, and it was great because it generated revenue that kept the food hub going. It sounds like this is the sort of thing we're talking about at St. James, but it's taking an awfully long time because I think that I took that trip 5 years ago. So I'm wondering if you wanted to speak to the complexity and how close are we if we proceed along the staff recommended route here? Are we getting close, having a proponent and all of these ideas, to removing the impediments in the attachments?
Hi there, it's David Sitt from City Planning.
Hi.
I'm the hi there, through the chair. I'm the manager for the downtown area, and which covers St. Jamestown. I think first off, I would comment by saying that both city planning staff and Toronto building staff are certainly in support of creating this type of initiative in St. Jamestown. I don't think it is meant to be an impediment. I think from our perspective, we obviously have to do our due diligence to understand what this proposal looks like. We have had a couple of working group meetings to discuss the concept of a food hub, but I think in all reality, we still need to understand exactly where it's going to be located within St. Jamestown, because that is a matter that is still floating around in terms of the overall property. TCC owns, some of the property in the area, right. But as one of the speakers said earlier, there are other owners in the area. And so I think part of it is understanding exactly the size of the food hub. What are some of the requirements, such as, are we going to be doing a kitchen where there's going to be cooking that's going to have to happen? Are we doing food preparation, or are we just doing like a retail kind of component?
So those are all questions you don't have the answer to yet?
Those are all questions that we need to flush out. And one of the things I'll say to you is, how is this facility also going to be serviced, right? We're talking about a shipping container. And so we need to understand, how are we bringing in our water to this facility? These are questions that we would typically go through as part of any planning application and a zoning review. And so I think we're not trying to slow down the process. We're trying to understand it and help try to facilitate moving it along.
Okay. That helps me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Are there any further questions? Okay, I see none at the moment. All right, so let me just ask a question, if I could, please. I guess it's probably to you, Mr. Sith. You may mention with respect to your response to Councillor Carroll, but it sounded like many of the speakers who are in support of obviously moving forward with the project felt that there had been, I guess, ample amount of time for the city, I guess, to make a decision on this. When, may I ask, did the city get involved? Because this is a community-led initiative, as I understand from the report. When was the city involved, engaged in the process?
Through the chair, I don't have the specific dates, Councillor, but I do know that I've attended at least 2 meetings, and I would say it probably dates back at least a year and a half in terms of the conversations that we've been having.
Okay.
And I think the thing to keep in mind is the proposal has been moving in terms of the overall concept. We have had some discussions about the hydroponics facility in the basement of the TCHC building. There's been most recently some conversations about a biodigestion facility in the building. Those are things that I think are a little bit more long-term. Obviously, the near-term initiative that we really think we should move ahead with is the food hub idea. And that is something that would obviously happen on the surface of the property as opposed to below ground. And I think that's where the recommendations in this report are focusing in terms of the first 2 phases of the project.
Okay, thank you very much. It's very helpful because in the comments that were made, it indicated that this has been going on for a long time, and that's why I wanted to have some clarity. Would I be correct to say to you, based on Ms. Hammond's presentation, that she, who is in Scarborough, is looking to see something of a model that could be replicated in places like Scarborough and other places? So it would be prudent then for us to get this right. Would that be sort of the perspective with respect to planning and the building staff as they look at the request for the city to be engaged in this process?
I would say absolutely, because I do know in Scarborough there are a number of tower renewal type sites in Scarborough where this type of idea could certainly also work. And I do know in Scarborough, you know, there are organizations like the Scarborough Storefront that could probably take a lead in such activities. So certainly I think we want to get it right in terms of where these are to be located, but we also have to make sure that there is no disruption to the existing community there as well. So as I mentioned, servicing is one of the things we would be aware of, but we also need to be aware of any kind of noise, odor, things like that that could be generated from these facilities. So I can't tell you that that will happen absolutely, but we just need to have a little bit more information.
So there's more work to be done.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Okay, I see no further questioners of staff. All right. Members to speak. Anyone, members of council to speak? Councillor Carroll, see your hands up. You have 5 minutes. Councillor Carroll, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was glad to hear the comments of staff. I know that there may be a motion coming, but I'm really comfortable with the recommendation that's already before us from staff. So it'll be interesting to hear if there is a motion being moved, because it seems to me that the time frame is it's not that far off. The timelines of what it took to develop the food hub that exists in the peanut community in my ward, which is a much more modest operation. I'm sure in their research they may have looked at the Oriole Food Hub, but it does not go as far as this program seems to have the ambition to go. And it's a really exciting model. I really hope that they can achieve it, because I've seen a similar model in, as I've said, in another city, and it really is a boon to that community. Would make a huge change to St. James. But I would just say this, as much as we don't want the bureaucratic wheels to turn as slowly as humanly possible, sometimes it seems that they are doing that. You do have to follow all the steps, because getting certain parts of the operation up and making sure that you do in fact have the capacity you thought you had, so that the first couple of phases, maybe the storage container, you get all the approvals and get that going and figure out the servicing of it and the sustainability of it, and then start to add the other components to make sure that it really is set up for long-term success. And that's the frustrating part, that the planning time can take years as opposed to months. It shouldn't take decades, but really, if we're talking about something where the planning and the discussions and the preparations are at about a year and a half, that's not out of line with successful projects that today are still running and are sustainable because they took that time. Unfortunately, you end up with much happier neighbors. A neighborhood is much happier playing host to this operation because they had some input up front, and staff were able to dot all the I's and cross the T's. And so I know it's frustrating, but it doesn't seem too far out of the timeline for a project of this magnitude. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. And I'm just taking a look at my list to see if there are any additional. Okay, Councillor Cressy to speak. Councillor Cressy?
Well, yes, thank you, Chair. Just very briefly, on behalf of the local councillor, Councillor Wong Tam, I've taken carriage of an amendment that she asked to be moved, which I would like to place. And the amendment requests staff to work with community agencies and stakeholders, including the Oasis Food Hub in St. Jamestown, to establish a community food table and to work towards developing a collaborative framework to address food insecurity. And so I'd like to place that on Councillor Wong Tam's behalf and lend my support for it. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Are there any questions to Councillor Cressy, who's moving the motion on behalf of Councillor Wong Tam? Just take a look at see. So I have one, Councillor Cressy. Through to you. So what's the difference between that motion and what is being proposed by staff here? Because it seems that the motion that's being proposed by staff is about continuity of discussion in order to develop this. So would that not constitute, I guess, I think it was, if we could just see the motion again from Councillor Cressy. Thank you. Just one moment, please, Councillor Cressy. Talk about the community food table. I mean, what's unique? What's the difference apart from the community food table that, and what is actually contained in the motion here that staff has in place? I gather from that it would be around a discussion with those who have an interest in setting up the food. Is that more encompassing? Is that brings it closer to bringing more people into the mix and collaboration from the community? Is that the intent of the motion?
So, and I and I don't mean to put words into the Councillor Wong-Tam's mouth here, but my understanding is her motion is intended to specify some of the community partners who will be engaged in that process to lead towards a similar outcome and a similar framework and plan, but to be very specific in terms of stakeholders who will be engaged.
Right. So I'm wondering, why can we not have that as a second recommendation as opposed to deleting number 1?
Again, I don't wish to presume Councillor Wong-Tam's intent, but that to me seems like a very friendly suggestion, that rather than recommendation to be deleted, it would be amendment 2.
Okay. Fair.
So
with
while
that,
I don't have Councillor Wong-Tam beside me, I certainly believe that would be a good suggestion, and indeed, I would imagine she would see that as friendly.
fair enough. Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy, and I appreciate your response to the question. All right. Any further speakers? Okay, Madam Clerk, if I could, I would ask that we do not delete the recommendation 1 from staff, and that we add a second recommendation, which is the one that's being moved by Councillor Cressy on behalf of Councillor Wong-Tam. I think that both in collaboration will get us to the issue around timing and engaging the broader community and so on. It's my view that there are many other areas in the city that are in need of food hubs. I've got several areas in my ward where I would like to see something of this nature established. We hear about the challenges with respect to food insecurity and so on, and we know it's a real problem. I think I'm in support of what we have here, and the staff has indicated that they are working, diligently, and I know for some who have spoken here today, it's not fast enough, and I get that. That's the normal approach. But when we make decisions here as the municipal government, it is decision that is going to govern and provide a framework and a structure for the entire city and so on. And it is not just a micro approach to a macro problem. It has to be a macro approach to a macro problem, quite frankly. And so I think that it would be helpful for us to support the staff with respect to the recommendation that's here, support the local councillor to engage to having the community tables and so on, because it really does, I think that they approximate or they are in concert with respect to the intent, and I'm just reviewing it here, in order to get the neighborhood and the community to where they want to go. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot of elements and so on in terms of, when I read the report, a lot of things to be done, and some will be done much later, and there are things that could be done sooner. So I think that both of these recommendations will get us there hopefully quicker, as opposed to taking an inordinate amount of time. And I do think it's fair to say that the staff have been quite diligent in terms of the time that's been available to them. So I want to thank them for this report. And so I could support both of those recommendations. So I think that Councillor Cressy, we agree that it's friendly in nature. And so I would ask that we add and vote on the amendment that Councillor Cressy has put forward, but not as a deletion to number 1. And then we could then vote as clauses amended. So those are my comments, members of committee. And I don't know if there's anybody else wishing to speak to that. If not, we can take Councillor Cressy's motion that's in front of us. All those in favor? Oppose? That carries. And finally, clause as amended. All those in favor? Oppose? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cressy. All right, moving right along. Just getting my page here. All right, members, we are now moving to EC 17.7, and that is the support for the retail sector. I've asked the General Manager of Economic Development, Mr. Williams, to provide a presentation to members on this matter, given the importance and the challenges that we've seen in retail and main streets as a result of the pandemic. Mr. Williams, are you there?
I am, Deputy Mayor. Good morning or good afternoon.
It's good, good both. It's been a good morning. It's been a good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr.
I'm
Williams.
just going to say a couple of, I'm going to say a couple of introductory words and then ask Mike Major to walk us quickly through the slides. As everybody knows, we've been working for quite a while on addressing many different issues with regard to distressed retail and all retail, especially Main Street and Independence. And we've done some work, but then COVID came, and so the world has gotten much different and much worse. So while this report is simply an update, and we will come back in 6 months with a more fulsome report, I want to assure the committee that staff have been working very hard in addressing the issues as we, in real time, as well as we plan for a medium to longer term. So the presentation's left the screen, or at least my screen. Hopefully, Mike Major, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Mike.
Good. When the presentation comes back up, then maybe you can start walking through it.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Move to the next slide. Mentioned economic development and its consultant, 350 Collective, researching the state of our main streets and weighing policy options for some time before we finalize some of these things more fully. More time's needed to weigh the impact of COVID. So this is an update report, and a full report will be presented to the committee in the second. In terms of key findings, number one, Main Streets and local businesses are Toronto residents and neighborhoods. I think we all know that. 85% of residents think it's important to be able to walk or bike to shopping districts. Over 90% prefer local independent businesses for many kinds of shopping, including specialty food, restaurants, and personal services. 45% are doing more shopping at independent businesses than 2 years ago. Second key point is Main Street success is strongly related to serving local neighborhoods. More than 30% of customers come from within walking distance of the strips we looked at. This is even more true since COVID, people are shopping locally to a greater extent. Independent retail is important to the economy. More than 15,000 businesses with over 100,000 employees. It's important to note that excludes automotive uses, chains and franchises, and other non-food services, which were difficult to distinguish from services in the towers downtown and main streets. Next slide, please. Independent businesses predominate in main streets. 75 to 80% of business in the case study areas were identified as independents. While severely impacted by COVID, many have been able to innovate and pivot quickly to new ways of doing business, including moving to more food delivery and increasing their digital presence. In general, retail is decreasing slightly, and services, and especially food services, are increasing as a percent of businesses. Retail decreased from 29 to 26% of businesses between 2017 and June of 2020, and services has increased from 54 to 56% in the same period. Vacancy rates in most of the 11 case study areas were not that high in 2017, 10% vacancy or less. Obviously, COVID is changing this. As of June of this year, overall average vacancies in the case study areas was 11.4%, with some areas experiencing as high as 18% vacancy. The longer this pandemic continues, the greater the risk for higher vacancies. Next slide, please. So as a result of these issues, the consultants identified some key issues that need to be addressed by the city. They're finding many businesses find the regulatory system very difficult to navigate. Obviously, there's a lack of protection for commercial tenants, particularly as a result of COVID, when they're having trouble meeting their rents, basically. There's a need for more community economic development, particularly in non-BIA areas and neighborhood improvement areas. In some main streets, redevelopment pressures, property value escalation accompanied by high rent and property tax increases are a continuing burden. In some main streets, safety and security is a big issue. One thing we found through the course of the study is that there's a lack of metrics available to us to consistently monitor the health of our main streets. And obviously, the last point, revenue loss due to COVID has made it difficult for businesses to meet their fixed costs, increased unemployment, and the closure of many long-standing businesses. Next slide. So I'm going to focus on the right-hand side of this column to identify some of the actions that we are either proposing or are currently underway to support small independent businesses. The first is in 2020, we expanded the Digital Main Street program to get more businesses online to help them cope with COVID-related issues. Since the beginning of this year, there have been over nearly 6,000 one-on-one engagements with different businesses. We've developed a Shop Here program with our partners at Google and Shopify, and we've had nearly 2,000 businesses receive support through this program, and we've had 265 online stores created. As a result of COVID, we developed a business TO support center that was developed primarily to help businesses navigate the various government programs that were developed in response to COVID. We see a rationale for continuing this type of online support to help businesses navigate through other government programs assistance. Expanded our retail program, which provides retail training from the Retail Council of Canada and offers a grant to people who finish the businesses that complete that training to accelerate their businesses. One of the big programs this year in partnership with our colleagues in transportation and MLS was the Cafe TO program, and that supported 700 restaurants within the city with the expanded patio space and the curbside lanes, and also supported 81 restaurants outside of BIAs. To continue on and support this program throughout the winter, we're proposing and have come forward with a winter activation grant to BIA streets in the winter areas. We have developed a pop-up shop program similar to what's been pioneered by the Danforth East Community Association, and we hope that training for this program will begin in the next month. And we're also proposing to offer grants to various BIAs to implement a pop-up shop program in their areas. We are considering expanding or changing our commercial facade improvement program to allow for interior alterations, primarily to help businesses make those interior adjustments that are necessary to meet the new health standards, including social distancing requirements and other safety standards. Next slide, please. We have our BIA capacity building program, which seeks to build capacity in those retail areas that are not currently serviced by a BIA. We believe it's important to organize these communities, provide them with some additional early supports, and ideally, hopefully they will gain that capacity and become a BIA at some point down the road. We are proposing that we create an independent Main Street dashboard that will help us monitor the health of our main streets on a year after year basis. We have developed a HERE platform in the next month or so, which will highlight the strengths of individual main streets and put forward key metrics for available retail space in those areas. We've partnered on this program with Pop-Up Go and as well as Urban Logic to build our platform. Obviously, property tax issue remains a big issue for small business, and recent government announcements, provincial announcements to offer alternatives to the city to address those is positive, and we'll need to look at those further. To address public and safety concerns, we have launched a de-escalation training for storefront businesses and their employees. So far, we've provided training to over 200 businesses. We're also including developing safe and inclusive retail training for BIAs. Next slide, please. Finally, our main streets and independent businesses are strong and resilient, but are facing unprecedented challenges due to COVID. The current pandemic represents a period of change and uncertainty in the retail sector. Mid to long-term impacts of COVID on retail still unknown. Support for independent expanded, evolve with the changing circumstances, and must include supports from other orders of government. There is a need to focus more on areas that are perhaps not supported by BIAs, particularly in neighborhood improvement areas. Finally, we will be providing a further update report to Economic and Community Development Committee in the second quarter of 2021. That concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Major, and Mr. Williams. Just waiting to see the screen. Any questions from members of staff? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much for the presentation. This is very helpful in terms of the understanding, and we look forward to your report coming back. I thought it was helpful to have a presentation from you. I'm sure that members may have questions offline, and at least I'd also ask maybe just to have Mr. Williams through you and Mr. Major to send a copy of your presentation to members of the committee so that they could have that for their information. All right, so anyone to speak? Okay, seeing none, I will just move the item then. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you for the presentation. Okay, moving right along. Right, members, we are at EC 1711, amendments to various contracts for short-term hotel accommodations used as... Sorry, 1 second. That's what I thought. All right, so we will do that in a second. So members, just before we move on to 11, we'll do number 10. So we have item number 10, which is the proposed Willowdale Business Improvement poll results. Is there a speaker on that? There are two speakers on that item. Councillor Cressy, just before we move to the speakers, I'll get to you in a sec. Just give me 1 sec. Let me just confer with the clerk. Okay, great. Councillor Cressy, you had a point of order?
Oh, I was just going to mention, I think your mic is either off or turned down low. If you could just ask AB to turn it up.
Fair enough. Can you hear me better now? Is that better? Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, 3,
That's
4.
better, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Cressy. All right, so we're moving to EC 17.10, 1710, proposed business improvement area poll results for Ward 18. I will ask the clerks to call out the speakers' names in a moment. Just like to inform the speakers that they have 5 minutes to speak. At the 4 minutes and the 30-second mark, I will let you know you've got 30 seconds left. Members of committee may or may not ask you a question. Madam Speaker, could you please call out the name of the first speaker?
Yes, the first speaker is Jeff Ulahan from Ulahan Team Realty Incorporated and High Tech Realty Incorporated.
So, Mr. Houlihan, you are up. 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Jeff Ulahan, and it's my honor to speak today about the proposed Willowdale Business Improvement Area. I'm here today representing my family real estate brokerage company called Ulahan Team Realty that operates in Willowdale and its office is in the proposed BIA area. I'm also representing High Tech Realty Inc., a landowner in the proposed BIA area. I have also been involved as an active member of the steering committee for this BIA since January of this year. Our steering committee is comprised with over 20 members from local businesses and local landowners. It is a great group and we have worked well together. We're very excited about getting this BIA up and running. If anyone watching wants additional information about our efforts, please visit our website at www.bia4willowdale.com. It's the number 4. So again, www.bia4willowdale.com. And please sign up for our email updates. I feel the BIA will have a benefit for Willowdale in a number of ways, with significant contributions to the levy being made by large business owners who support the local businesses community in the interest of developing a more vibrant, attractive, cohesive business area that will hopefully draw new businesses, including the leasing up of office towers, pedestrian traffic, tourists to the area, will inevitably increase property values, business income, and provide a desirable walking, shopping, dining area for residents and employees in the area. Mike Major's previous presentation is another good reason for getting this BIA up and running, and I've just heard some very interesting facts. In closing, please approve our proposed BIA, and thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Let me just check to see if there are any questions of you. Yes, we have questions of you. Just give me a moment. Let's reset the clock. Councillor Lai, to question. You have 5 minutes. You're still muted.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any question, but I do have a comment as my previous life is a realtor.
So, Councillor Lai, sorry, I'll give you a chance to speak at the appropriate time, since you're commenting. So that's to speak. So I'll give you a chance to speak since you have no questions directly.
Just referring to. No, I'm not speaking. I'm just kind of a comment for Mr. Ulahan.
No, but do you have a, sorry, this is an opportunity to question. So if you have a question for him.
I don't have a question,
so you may,
I just want to just
pardon me?
thank them for coming.
Okay, well, we'll do that while you speak then. So, or you may ask him if he agrees if you make a comment. How's that?
No, that's fine. I'm good.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
so I'll let you speak in a second. Okay, are there any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, Councillor Lai, you have time to speak. Please, go ahead.
I said I don't have any question, but just a comment saying that,
Sure.
you know, as a previous realtor, I think it's very important that even the realtor being involved at, real estate company are being involved as the BIAs, because, you know, most of the time BIAs, they're involving restaurants or whatever. I think I really think that is a good idea, and I will fully support this recommendation.
Will you move it then?
Yeah, I will move it, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes that. And so we have another person to speak, right? One speaker. Okay, well, go ahead, please.
So the next speaker is Hanju Che from the Korean Canadian Business Association of North Toronto, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Is it Che? It's Hanju. Right. Hanju Che? Mr. Che, are you here? Is he on? Okay, so he's not on. Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. Councillor Lai, you've already moved the item and you've spoken. So all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. All right, we're moving forward now to EC 1711, amendments to various contracts for short-term hotel-motel accommodation for use as temporary municipal shelters. All right. Are there any questions of staff? There are no speakers. Am I right, Madam Speaker? Questions of staff? Councillor Lai.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask staff on how much are we spending in total on the emergency hotel leases for shelter? Do you have a sort of like a ballpark figure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Lai. Currently, through shelter, through including our pandemic response, we're anticipating close to about 68 million throughout from the beginning of the year to the end of this year is our projected cost for the hotel usage.
My follow-up question to that will be, do you project that this will be over budget by year end?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Lai, no, we're projecting through the assistance of the federal and provincial governments, we will not be over budget. We will balance the 2020 budget because we've received enough in 2020 to cover the costs we've incurred. There is one cost that we have gotten a commitment, but yet not a full funding letter, and that's for the federal cost for the refugee and asylum claimant program. They've committed in writing to fund us 50%, and the other 50% of the cost will be once we submit our year-end closing numbers, probably at the later part in December or early January. So assuming all that happens, we should balance 2020.
Okay, good. So we do get some cost offset by the senior levels of government then?
Yeah, for both our pandemic response and our refugee response, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. I just want to see the screen to see if there's any other members of committee to question. Okay, I see no other members. So I just have a few questions for you. Let me just start my clock here. Give me a second, please. So how many, just break it down for me, how many refugees are we providing accommodation for at this point in time?
So to answer your question, Chair, our most recent calculation, which was in the month of October, we were serving about 700 refugees in the one hotel that is listed here, the Comfort Hotel.
And on average, I mean, what is we're paying daily room rate or daily room cost? Would that be correct?
Yeah, for these three contracts, there is an average cost that we were able to renegotiate once we were in a pandemic response. The average room rate on average would be around $150 a night, but we were able to get that rate all the way down to about, on average, again, $100 per night.
So, okay, so that's on the refugee aspect. And then non-refugee shelters, how many people are we accommodating?
So for those two, those are our family programs, Chair. So for those two, we're accommodating about, it's about 65 rooms per month at the Alex, which represents about 140 or so individuals. And at the Staybridge, it's 51 rooms per month, and we're averaging there about 150 or so.
150
individuals.
Right. No, I understand. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So when I look at the number of refugees, which is about 700, you've indicated, correct? And then
currently, yeah.
You've got 140, 849. So it's about 1,000 people that we're providing accommodation for. Would that be correct, based on the numbers you've just provided?
For these 3 locations, yes, that's correct.
For those locations. And then the other locations that are not part of this report, how many people are we providing accommodation for?
Well, for the other locations right now, I think we're close to about 2,200 individuals, and that's for our pandemic response using the hotels for physical distancing.
Right. So when we look at these numbers, though, they seem to be large, rather large. They appear to be. What you're asking for with respect to the report here, you're not suggesting that you're hoping to spend this full sum. Would I be correct in that assessment? It is just you want to look at a blanket contract that allows you to spend up to that amount that you're asking for today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. The request is extending the limit on the ability so that we're able to pay as we go. Our plan is to put forward a new request for proposal to renegotiate all the hotel contracts. That plan was supposed to happen in January and February of this year, but unfortunately we were delayed due to our response to the pandemic.
Right. So then let me then ask you this question. You've indicated the sort of, room or daily rate for the rooms. Do we have additional sums of monies that we'd be required to pay as well for example, items that are broken and or whatever type of equipment may be, again, damaged and so on? Is that as separate and aside? Is that amount incorporated into the daily rate charge, or is there something different that's not in front of us?
So for these 3 hotels, each of them kind of has a different agreement of how we address damages.
Okay.
For example, the Comfort Hotel is part of a larger hotel group that we work with. And that group, what we do there is we negotiate preemptively a deposit in order to cover damages. And then we, depending on the assessment once we leave the location, is how much of that deposit would be returned or not. For the Alex and Staybridge, they're smaller properties, and for those ones, what we do is we negotiate an amount that would be reviewed at the end, but it's included in this amount that we're projecting here for the limits to pay for each of the 3.
I see. And how would you break it down in terms of the included amount? Is it a 15% or is it a 25% amount? Or?
That's correct. It's 10% for the Alexander and a 15% for the Staybridge.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I really appreciate you answering my questions. They were very clear and concise and very responsive. Thank you very much for that. Just looking, members, to see if there's any want to speak or any further questions. Okay. Seeing none, I will move the item, and just to say, obviously, based on the information that's provided by staff, it seems obviously the amounts of monies that are being utilized and spent to address the issues in terms of providing accommodation for those who are in need, those who are under our program, it seems to justify the request that's in front of us. The numbers themselves, they sort of jump out at you. But I think if we look at the overall totality of what's being asked and what's being done, and also the fact that it's been through the questions that's been asked, the federal government is providing assistance. I'd love to have them put the money up in advance. Seems that we have to put the money up first, and they will reimburse us at a later date and so on. And obviously it takes a lot of efforts in terms of getting the funds from them. But I want to thank the staff, particularly the leadership of Marianne Bedard, in terms of addressing the issues. Time and time again, I get people coming to me saying, you guys are not doing anything for people who are in need of shelter and so on. You're not supporting them. problem is that we are, for most people, they're not able to see what we're doing, and maybe it's our fault that we're not clear enough in terms of how we communicate it, and maybe that's something that we have to do a better job at, not criticizing the staff at all. They're busy working really hard, and I just wanted to kind of leave that there. But I would move the item and ask members to support the item and the request that's in front of us. So, any further question in speaking? No? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. And again, thank the staff for the presentation. Thank you. Okay, members, just bear with me for a moment. Moving right along. We are now at EC 17.12. And then after we will have the last item, which is item 13, which is the item that has been forwarded from Councillor Bradford, and I'm just speaking out just in case he's here that he may wish to speak to this issue. Now, EC 17.12, I believe we have a presentation from staff regarding this item.
All right, thank you. Thank you to the chair and committee members. This afternoon, I'm going to go through a presentation to you on the response to the proposed regulations under the Child Care and Early Years Act. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the province recently proposed regulatory changes through its 5-year review of the Child Care and Early Years Act 2014. This is the first review since the Act was brought into force in 2014. To inform the city's position on the proposed changes, Children's Services undertook consultations including online surveys to parents and service providers, virtual stakeholder consultation sessions with the early years and recreation partners, and the results were fairly good. The parent survey garnered over 1,500 responses, and the service providers, we had over 700 service providers respond. So it was a substantial amount of feedback during a short period of time, and given the pressures the sector is under with the pandemic. So we were pleased with that response. So the next slide, please. Thank you. FLOR has stated 4 broad goals for the early learning and childcare system, and as part of this review, and those centered on flexibility and choice, affordability, administrative burden, reducing administrative burden, and quality. These proposals were intended to advance these provincial goals. The proposed amendments include significant changes to childcare age groupings, staff to child ratios, maximum group sizes, staff qualifications, as well as a new approach to licensed home childcare. The province is also considering a registry of unlicensed childcare providers, and in the slides ahead, we will provide an overview of the major changes that were proposed. There were also a number of minor administrative and technical changes that we haven't included here, and we will fully support those as they will reduce administrative burden and have no direct impact on operations and staff and children. Next slide, please. The most significant proposal regarding, related to all of the proposals is the introduction of a new schedule, which regulates how childcare centers operate. Currently, all childcare centers follow the same schedule of requirements with respect to age groupings, ratios, group sizes, and proportion of qualified staff. This proposal would allow childcare operators to choose between 2 different schedules with different requirements. The proposed second set of requirements, called Schedule 2, includes some significant changes, including mixing infant and toddlers into one group of children up to the age of 24 months, and increasing the maximum group size from 10 to 12. So currently, infants are in one group, toddlers are in another group. So this proposes mixing those age groups and going from a group size of 10 infants to 12. It also proposed reducing the age children can enter the preschool from 2.5 to 2 years of age. and proposed decreasing the ratio of staff to children in the school age group to 1 staff for 20 children. There is a comparison of both schedules, Schedule 1, the current schedule, and Schedule 2 as an appendix at the end of this presentation, which breaks it down. Next slide, please. So when we asked parents about the degree to which they agreed with the proposed changes to each group in Schedule 2, as well as the proposal as a whole, the chart above shows their overall responses. 80% of the parents surveyed were not in favor of allowing childcare operators to choose between 2 sets of licensing standards, and service providers were strongly opposed to the idea, with 71% in opposition. In addition to their disagreement with the proposed changes, the majority of service providers, 65%, also stated they would not be interested in operating under Schedule 2, and only 17% expressed an interest in operating under this schedule. The respondents provided explanations for their position on the changes, and we have included a couple of quotes here that really gives you some insight into the comments that we heard from both parents and service providers. Next slide, please. The ministry is also proposing a 2-provider licensed home childcare model. This proposal would increase the maximum number of children that 2 providers can care for. Currently, they can provide care for up to 5 children at home, and this would increase that up to 10, with no more than 5 children under the age of 2. Currently, the City of Toronto bylaw restricts the number of children in a licensed home childcare setting to 6. So if this proposal were to go ahead, the city's bylaw would need to be revisited. 52% of parents surveyed did not support the proposed change, while 23% supported the proposal. Parents, we heard from parents that they were concerned with how the 2-provider model would impact quality and safety. Of the service providers surveyed, only 20% said that they would support this change, while 33% either disagreed with it and 47% said they were neutral. The neutral group reflects that the majority of the respondents were from childcare centers who would have less direct experience with licensed home childcare. Some parents expressed concern about the ability of 2 providers to care safely for 10 children, and in particular felt the number of children under 2 was too high. So having 5 children under the age of 2 in one home, they felt that was definitely would impact quality and safety. Next slide, please. This slide speaks to 3 distinct changes proposed to qualifications. First, there was a proposal that kindergarten and school age, one was related to supply staff and the third to supervisors. Overwhelmingly, parents and service providers had different levels of support for each change. So you'll see in the chart, there was mixed response, but in general, there was significant parental opposition to the supply staff changes. So what was proposed is that if a qualified staff was off, ill, or on vacation, they could be replaced with an unqualified staff. And overwhelmingly, we heard that that was not supported. Some of the other responses were mixed. In terms of the center supervisor, currently supervisors must have an early childhood education designation and 2 years experience in the field. They were proposing that early childhood education designation would not be necessary. And overwhelmingly, we heard more so from parents and service providers that they were not in support of that. Children's Services has concerns that taken together, the proposed changes to these staff qualifications would undermine efforts to raise the bar on the reputation of the profession of early childhood education. While the intent may be to broaden the scope of people who can work in childcare locations, the not having qualified staff or introducing sort of less rigor around the qualifications of staff, we really felt that would have an impact on quality. Next slide, please. Children's Services considered the proposed changes with a focus on the most significant impacts in the areas of access, affordability, equity, quality, health and safety, and early years workforce. While many of the administrative and small changes we supported, the major proposed changes to the schedules, home childcare, and qualifications we did not support because we felt they could risk the quality, health, and safety of the childcare and place undue pressure on an already strained workforce. Further, we suggest the timing of the changes does not address the needs of children, families, and service providers who are under significant pressure due to the impacts of COVID-19. In addition, long-standing structural issues in the childcare system, particularly related to the workforce, there's difficulties recruiting and retaining staff, these remain unaddressed by these proposals. These changes appear to be premature as the future status of childcare and early years system post-COVID is unknown. So we felt that it was extremely risky to introduce a set of major changes and proposal that could further destabilize the system, particularly at this time. Next slide, please. This table summarizes staff's response to the proposed changes under the headings provided by the province. With respect to flexibility, we recommend the city only support the proposed changes to authorize recreation and skill building programs. This change removes restrictions on these programs. Currently, they're only allowed to operate for 3 hours a day. The change would remove that restriction, allowing authorized recreation and skill programs to extend their hours to potentially before school or extended hours after school. These programs, we did support this change, and the reason for that is these programs often are available in more vulnerable communities, and they're an important part of increasing access in neighborhoods experiencing greater inequities. The province is proposing to move forward with this as a pilot with only a few select service providers to ensure that there are no impacts on viability of the licensed childcare system and to sort of demonstrate that there's value and the uptake of the programs. Otherwise, staff recommend the city oppose changes to the childcare requirements under Schedule 2 and oppose the changes to the 2-provider model of home childcare at this time. We recommend the city oppose most changes to the qualification requirements. Regarding the proposed change to the qualification requirements for kindergarten and school-age children, the province suggested that staff working in kindergarten and school-age programs did not have to have an early childhood education designation, but could instead have a recreation worker designation or a child and youth worker. We instead suggested that the province broaden the requirements for staff in licensed school-age rooms only. So we heard, and we heard this because qualifications other than an ECE can bring important knowledge and skills to programs for the older age children, that's children 6 to 12. We also heard in consultation that the early childhood education diploma better prepares staff to work with younger children, and this change would allow operators to focus their ECE resources on the younger age groups. Finally, these programs are often located in schools where there are other wraparound supports, so they're not operating in isolation. We did recommend that the change not be pursued for kindergarten age children, as this contradicts the province's own kindergarten vision for a seamless day where the early childhood educator would move through the before school to the kindergarten classroom to the after school. So we did not recommend this change for kindergarten, but for school age, we felt that we could go ahead and do so. And finally, with the discussion around the development of an unlicensed childcare registry, we did not support this. This was not an actual proposal. It was a discussion item, but we did not support this. We heard and we felt that this registry may give confusion to parents about the role of the government oversight. Seeing an unlicensed childcare provider on a website that's promoted by the government may falsely lead them to assume that there's some level of oversight. In the unlicensed childcare sector, there is no oversight. So for that reason, we did not, in terms of the discussion, we did not support that. Next slide, please. So what's next? The province is accepting feedback until November 20th. We're here before you today with a staff report and the draft proposal to the province, which we will submit. Following council's approval, then that draft would be final. Children's Services, in the meantime, will continue to focus on stabilizing the sector, recovery, and rebuilding. And we continue to collaborate with all orders of government on the early years and early years and childcare system in preparation for a national childcare system, which was recently signaled through the throne speech. In the meantime, we recognize that Toronto's children, families, service providers, and staff have faced unprecedented challenges as a result of COVID-19. A full recovery from the pandemic will take some time, and it's important to leverage learnings from this experience as we build back a stronger early learning and childcare system in Toronto. We do continue to stress the need and the value for sustained multi-year funding to improve the childcare and family well-being and early years sector and support recovery and rebuild. COVID-19 has demonstrated how crucial the childcare and early learning sector is to the broader recovery of Ontario's economy, and the national childcare system, as I said, has been signaled by the federal government. Children's Services welcomes the opportunity to collaborate with both orders of government on the early years and leverage our experience in planning and delivering Canada's second largest childcare system. Finally, legislative and regulatory changes are an opportunity to advance equity in the early years, and staff will continue to stress the importance of an equity lens in decisions taken by our partners. Thank you. That's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Questions? Just looking at the screen.
Chair, do we have deputants? Should we hear from them first?
Sorry, we had two. No, thank you, Councillor Gretzky. So we have two, right? Okay, we have two deps, and so we will go to our deputants. And just before the deputants start, I'd just like to inform you that you have 5 minutes to speak. At the 4 minutes and 30 seconds mark, I will let you know that you've got 30 seconds left. Members of committee may ask you questions or they may not. So, Madam Clerk, who's the first person to speak?
The first speaker is Carolyn Ferns from the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare. Carolyn, are you there?
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Carolyn Ferns, and I'm the policy coordinator at the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare. I'm also the mother of a 3.5-year-old who attends childcare here in the city. I want to start off by thanking Children's Services staff for this excellent report in response to some really troubling childcare regulation changes that are proposed by the provincial government. In a nutshell, the changes to childcare put forward by the province would place younger children to larger groups, fewer qualified staff. Particularly concerning proposals from the province include mixing infants and toddlers into one group, resulting in a larger group size for those young infants, lowering the age that a child could be placed into a preschool group to just 24 months of age, and weakening qualification requirements for staff working in licensed childcare. So the city staff report rightly points out, quote, the proposed changes to age ranges, group sizes, staff to child ratios, and qualifications could risk the quality, health, and safety of childcare and place undue pressure on an already strained early childhood workforce. This morning, our organization, the Ontario Coalition for Better Childcare, along with the Association of Early Childhood Educators Ontario, released a community survey of over 2,000 childcare community members, both parents and educators from across the province. And our findings were remarkably consistent with the city's consultation. Some of highlights of the report included 3/4 of respondents were opposed to all the Schedule 2 changes. Over 85% of respondents are opposed to changes to infant, toddler, and preschool staff to child ratios. And the vast majority of respondents were concerned that the proposed regulation change negatively impact the quality of childcare and children's safety and well-being. There seems to be unity across the childcare community on this. There's overwhelming opposition to the province's proposed changes. The public has just until November 20th to make comments on these proposals, so the window to ensure the province hears the community's voice is closing. And what's really frustrating is the childcare community has seen these types of proposals in the past. Each time our community has mobilized thousands of parents and educators. Thousands of parents and educators over the years have made their views felt time and time again. But now, precisely when community strength is at its weakest, when childcare directors are struggling just to keep their doors open, and parents are struggling and juggling sick days and COVID testing in their jobs, the Ontario government is trying to push through these insidious changes that undermine our children's care. And of course, as we heard in that excellent presentation, it doesn't have to be this way. The federal speech from the throne promised the federal government would make a significant long-term sustained investment in a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. So rather than the province, scraping the bottom of the barrel with these stale policy ideas, what we should be seeing is the Ontario government focusing on how best and most swiftly to collaborate with the federal government to move forward on a national childcare system. And I would urge the City of Toronto to take part in those negotiations as well to the greatest extent possible. But as I said, the childcare community is clearly opposed to these changes from the province. But we're also so distracted, so overwhelmed right now that we really need our city to take a strong position on these changes. Toronto children, families, and educators need your support. So thank you so much for hearing.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Looking to see if members have any questions. Okay. There are no questions of you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. All right, Madam Clerk. Thank you. You're welcome. Madam Clerk, our next presenter.
The next speaker is Abigail Doris from the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. Abigail, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon and welcome, and thank you for your patience. You have 5 minutes to speak, ma'am. You may begin.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Abigail Doris. I'm a registered early childhood educator and the executive coordinator for the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. We are a local early learning and childcare advocacy organization that represents nonprofit licensed childcare programs in communities across Toronto. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Toronto childcare community to share why these proposed regulatory changes are so dangerous for Torontonian children and families. Firstly, we commend the city for its response to the proposed regulations under the Child Care and Early Years Act, the CCEYA. The city's report is a comprehensive document and is clearly informed by consultation with the childcare community. We thank you for that. And it outlines serious concerns with some of the proposed changes to the CCEYA. So the Ontario government is proposing changes to age groupings, ratios, and group sizes. This does nothing to prioritize the needs and well-being of young children. It packs younger children into larger groups with fewer staff interactions. We have learned so much over the past months through the delivery of emergency childcare during the pandemic. We've learned that prioritizing health, safety, and quality measures for young children, ensuring and funding smaller group sizes, and making childcare more affordable for families is the direction we need to be taking to ensure quality care. These changes to age groupings, ratios, and group sizes were proposed in 2010, 2014, and 2016, despite very strong opposition from the childcare community and researchers, families, and community members. We need the city's support and leadership in ensuring that these regulatory changes are halted, especially as we're trying to recover from the pandemic. The proposed changes to qualifications for early years staff and supervisors set the stage for injuries for young children, serious occurrences, and further retention challenges for qualified staff. The Ontario government is trying to say that these qualification changes are aimed at supporting workforce retention. But the truth is that decent work and wages for educators is what makes it possible for educators to stay in the sector, doing what they love, doing what they're highly trained and qualified to do, not watering down staffing requirements. This devalues our work as educators, and it devalues care work. And unfortunately, it sets a precedent for further deregulation and the potential of privatization of childcare. The unlicensed childcare registry is perhaps the most concerning discussion point that the Ontario government has brought up. This is unlicensed, unregulated, and does nothing to address the childcare crisis that we have. It doesn't provide access. It doesn't make childcare affordable. A registry that is entirely voluntary and with no oversight gives misleading online approval to informal childcare. It's dangerous. Frankly, it's reckless. It was first proposed in 1981 and it was rejected. And it was proposed again in 2010 and it was rejected then too, but it was rejected after a series of deaths occurred in unlicensed care right here in Toronto. Children and families deserve better, and we ask the city to strongly oppose any ideas of an unlicensed childcare registry. In conclusion, we ask that the city promptly submit the recommendations to the provincial government by November 20th, and that they continue to consult with the childcare communities and the families that we work with. We simply can't have an economic recovery from COVID without investing in affordable, accessible childcare. And these proposed changes stand in the way of our path to recovery, and they make it exceedingly difficult for the childcare community to deliver quality care. I very much appreciate your time today, and I sincerely thank you for championing for childcare. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. Let me just see if there's any questions from members of the committee for you. I have one, if I could. Given your experience in childcare, would you say that there's a necessity or a need for additional investment to increase the compensation for the early years workers and for those who might be interested in being recruited to the profession?
To you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the City of Toronto and Council adopted a very comprehensive growth strategy in 2017. A key piece of that growth strategy was supporting a thriving workforce, which included increasing compensation levels for early childhood educators in order to recruit them to work in that sector, as well as retain them. One of the most pressing issues we hear is that staff who begin working in the childcare sector often leave the sector to go and work in the education sector where they have higher salaries, making it difficult to retain staff. There's also, with before and after school programs, there's also staff required to work split shifts, which is, precarious employment. So definitely, we as we did say in our growth strategy, and we continue to see this as an issue, we need new investments from all levels of government in order to adequately compensate the workforce. That's the only way that we're going to be able to resolve the workforce issues.
Thank you. We've heard so much about Quebec and what they do with respect to childcare and the model that exists there. We don't have a national childcare system, but the program that we have of this in the city is working quite well. And of course, we know that we continue to need reinforcement in terms of resources and so on. But what is it that it will take, other in terms of a provincial? Okay, I think we've got the phone off there. What will it take to create a national childcare system for this country?
So across Canada, there's very different approaches to how childcare is funded and managed. In fact, Ontario is unique in that we have the 47 services system managers across the province that work directly with the province to provide the expertise and knowledge around that frontline service delivery. So Ontario has a model, Quebec has a model, BC also has an interesting model. Each of them is, uniquely different. I think in order to develop a national system, what we would want to do is look at the best practices across the country and pull from those. So, you know, although the Quebec model certainly increased the access to childcare, there were issues with quality in terms of how fast that system expanded and, you know, who was able to get access. So I think in terms of a national strategy, the intent would be to work with the service system managers who have that frontline experience, as well as look at the different provincial models and really look at best practices and see how we can bring those together to actually form a comprehensive system that's going to work for families.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other members with questions, but Joe, you have questions?
Yeah, just briefly, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Let me just reset the time. Give me a moment, please. Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you. And so to Shanley, I'll try to be brief, but just to be really clear. So one of the proposed changes would increase the maximum group size within childcare. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do city staff support that?
No, you know, there is different changes for different age groups. So in an infant room where you now have 10, the proposal would increase that to 12 with a broader range of ages. So we didn't support that. We felt that it would impact quality, and developmentally, children are at very different stages between a 3-month-old and a 2-year-old. In addition to in the school age group, there was a change proposed that we would have one staff with 20 children, and we didn't support that change either. We felt that group size was much too large to ensure adequate health and safety and you know, good programming for the kids.
Okay, so the increase in group sizes, staff do not support. I heard that. The proposed mixing of infant and toddlers into one category up to 24 months, something very personal to me as I'm about to put an infant into childcare. Is that something that staff support?
No, overall, developmentally, when you have, as you know, an infant, a 3-month-old infant, potentially in the same room with a 2-year-old, it would be we feel it would be very challenging for staff to actually meet their needs, as well as the preschool, a toddler would go now into the preschool room at age of 2 and be in a room with children potentially up to the age of 5. So again, there's a very large developmental range. So we did not support, you know, the changes in the age mixes.
Okay, and then one of the other proposed changes in your presentation you spoke to was the lower staff to child ratios in some of these settings. Is that something that city staff support?
No, we would never support lower staff to child ratios. It just puts more demands on an already struggling workforce, and the impact would be, you know, the quality of the program as well as potentially the health and safety of the children when you have less staff who can attend to their needs.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much, Shanley and Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. I'm just looking to see if there's any other members of committee with questions. Okay, seeing none. To speak, Councillor Cressy, do you wish to speak? All right, you may proceed. Let me just reset the clock. Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you. So let me begin. I do have an amendment to place, which is, and I'll summarize it briefly. First, it is to expand the representatives we're sending this to, so to expand the number of provincial and federal ministers and local MPs and NPPs that we're forwarding city advice to, as well as to forward this report to the Intergov table on early learning and childcare as they consider new or renewals, as well as that this position should help to inform our participation in the intergovernmental work that's happening right now around the development of a national childcare strategy. So I'll place that amendment, and I won't take the full 5 minutes. It's been a long day. But first of all, I do want to commend and thank city staff, certainly for the thoughtful, comprehensive, and impressive and principled report that's here in front of us, but also for the speed in which they did it. Members of this committee may recall that it was just last month that we, as a committee, asked staff to come back to us with a report and to consult And city staff went out and consulted with and managed to get feedback from more than 1,500 parents and early childhood educators over a 6-day period. And so they worked day and night to bring this work forward. And so I want to commend and thank staff for both the substance and the content and the thoughtfulness of this report, but also their hard work in doing so. To the childcare sector, who have been so engaged and involved and went out and did their own consultations, as we heard today from Abigail and Carolyn. And they went out not only to provide feedback, but to consult as well. And certainly to our chair, Deputy Mayor Thompson, who I've said it before, and I'll say it again, has become a childcare champion in our city for his steadfast leadership on this. Listen, we've been down this path before. 5 years ago, a different provincial government proposed similar changes, which were uniformly acknowledged to have potentially negative implications for the quality and the health and safety in the childcare sector. And so the previous provincial government proposed similar changes. They were uniformly rejected, including by our city. And so the time has come again with another review and another set of proposals for us to reaffirm our position. And our city staff, city staff, are generally, they're always thoughtful and principled and clear with their advice, but it's not often that you hear in the starkest terms that if these proposals go ahead, it will impact the quality and indeed the safety of childcare. And so the potential of more kids in classes, the potential to have kids mixing between infants and toddlers and preschoolers, the potential to have fewer staff to child ratios, all of these potential scenarios would reduce the quality and increase the potential safety risks of childcare. And so I would just say as a parent, as somebody who is about to send a 1-year-old into infant childcare, and as also with my public health hat on, this direction concerns me, and it should concern us all. And so, if people didn't believe in the necessity of a quality and safe childcare system before COVID, well, we all know how important it is now, not only for the functioning of society, but for the functioning of our economy. And so I want to thank staff once again and our chair for their steadfast leadership on this. And I think it's critical that we as a city, as we did 5 years ago, reaffirm strongly our position and not only use that to inform the provincial review, but use that to inform the new emerging national childcare strategy that we will be a part of shaping. And this report will help to shape that as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. Let me just see if there's any questions from members. Just give me a second, see the screen. Okay, I see none. Okay. Any additional members to speak? Looking at the screen, see none. Okay, I'm just going to speak for a few minutes, and I have a motion to ask the staff to put it on the screen. Well, first of all, the motion's on the screen here. There are two of them. Basically, it sort of speaks to the motion that Councillor Cressy has, and it's a similarity in the sense of forwarding the city's licensed childcare strategy to the province, and looking at the required tri-government investment to increase capacity and increase affordability and so on. And also looking at to inform the provincial as well as the planning and preparation for the national childcare system. I also believe that it's really important for us to invest in the system and to ensure that we have appropriate compensation for the workforces, for those who potentially would consider a career in this area of work that is extremely important for the children that the workers are taking care of, but also for parents and for the society as a whole. I too want to thank and offer my thanks to certainly the staff and Shanley McNamee. I went to sleep on Friday night after having a final conversation with Shanley and her team. We did a WebEx late Friday evening on this very matter and going through the preparation for the presentation and so on. And I can say that while the provincial government has offered a a plan for reviewing and revising the Child Care Act and so on, they can have a plan, but we are responded by saying that we're not supportive for a number of different reasons that has been identified and illustrated by Ms. McMinney for the response to the questions that have been asked and highlighted by Councillor Cressy and through the questioning and his comments and so on. Clearly, what's being proposed is not at a level that we, the City of Toronto, can support. In fact, the speakers who've spoken have expressed the concerns, and I do agree with them. I believe that certainly we can play a role in making the province and the city a better place for the services for our children and child care. What we have, by it's being proposed by the province, is not at a level that we've heard from staff that we can support. We've offered alternative suggestions, and I do believe that the province should really look at what's being offered by us and to encourage them to work with us so that we could all protect children, as is what I believe should be our intention and so on. And I think that, as we've heard from one of the deputants, is that this is not the first time some of these proposals that are being made, and I presume that was by other provincial governments and so on. So where this changes is coming from, obviously, one can draw their own conclusion with respect to what's being presented. But I do think that we have to take the position that this is not appropriate. The commingling and mixing with the different age groups and so on of children doesn't work. And also reducing the number of childcare workers to the ratio is not in the view that's been expressed by staff, and I'm in agreement with them that it's not appropriate. I also think that it's really important for us to recognize what's being suggested and offered in terms of the unlicensed child care registry. I don't think this is an area, this is where we should be going. I think that we should strongly oppose this, quite frankly, and ensure that we have a system that actually better regulates the qualifications of those individuals that are providing care and service to our children and so on. And I do think we know this is a stressful job with respect to ensuring that our children are well taken care of. And I also think that those who are taking care of our children should, be able to recognize and realize that the benefits and the utility of compensation should be that there is an opportunity for increased compensation, as well as to ensure that those who are interested in making a career out of child care services and so on and taking care of our most vulnerable and our best assets going forward, which is our children. I think that they should be appropriately compensated and so on. But I want to just say my final comment for Shanley and her team. I've had a chance to work with the team now for quite some time, and I can say without a doubt the level of professionalism, the knowledge that Shanley and her team brings to this particular issue is second to none. And I do think that it would be really helpful to the province to really work with us, and also all of the representatives that are out in the field in the city, working for better childcare for the city of Toronto, and certainly for those encompassing the provincial area, as to ensure that we have the best and greater opportunity to take care of our children. So I do appreciate the work that's being done, and I want to thank everyone for work that's been done. Members, we have, this is a conversation that's going on, but I hope that we can ask whoever is talking to mute their microphone. And we have a number of motions that I'd like to put on the screen, and I'll ask that Councillor Cressy's motions be put forward first, and we can vote on those since they were placed first. So all those in favor of the amendments put forward by Councillor Cressy? Opposed? That's carried. I think I can see all hands, Madam Clerk. Councillor Grimes, I can't see your hands. Okay, I see it twice. Thank you very much. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you, that's good. And then the motions that I put forward. Okay, they're on the screen. I think members have already read them. So all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. And item as amended, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Okay, thank you. Members, we have one item left, which is the Beach Business Improvement Area Boundary Expansion poll results. That was submitted. I think you've had a chance to see that. I don't know whether or not members have any questions or any concerns on that. If there are no questions, I would simply like to move the recommendation that's here contained in. All right, so I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing members seeming to be favorable of moving the item. So all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. It appears, members, that we have successfully concluded the full agenda. It's taken us a while to get here. I think we started at 9:30 this morning, and it is now 20 minutes to 4. I want to ask Councillor Lai for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Lai, you seem very energetic, ready to go. So motion to adjourn by Councillor Lai. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carries. Thank you. And just the final thing that I wanted to say, I want to thank the clerks and members of the clerks team and the IT team and the team that has kept us connected all day. Thank you very much for the great work that you've done. And again, just thank you to all of our staff members for the great and outstanding work that they've done. So with that, members, I move that this meeting be adjourned. And do take care and stay well. All the best. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good job, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.